right, Trapania. Oh my god. That kiss is still in, like, the circulation, but we get 3 other ones. 3 other ones, right? So we still get the grandma peck. Whatever, it's fine. It's him.
Lizard. Lizard.
And then we get that one. Ah, the duality of Gale.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Hand on the chin. I love the hand on the face. I just think that is just so sweet. Well, now that we're done with that, you guys want to see my Renegade? Alright, do you guys want to see any some of the other Switch confirmed? The duality of Gale.
Hey, he's like a moth.
But like literally. Oh my god, y'all.
I'll try to take a hit here. Like Jurassic Park. Like, fetch the stick, stupid. Oh no, I did hearted and I shouldn't have. Drop pallet when you get out.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Moth.
Oh no.
If he's smart, he'll force us out. Oh yeah, you get out. Yeah! Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh my god! I'm so...
Nice.
Wait, don't look at the explosion, guys. Don't look at it. It's cooler that way. Oh my god!
Sent from above, Lola is complete once more. You deserve a reward. Do you wish Lola to reward you with a song?
Sure, why not?
I was just about to say, sure, why not?
And I dream of your love. You were sent from above, like a sword turtle dove.
Oh shit, I just realized my mic was on.
I
Ahoy, everybody! Ahoy! I forgot to turn my mic off after D&D. Like, I cleared my throat and was like, why did I hear that in my microphone? Or in my headset? Well, good thing I didn't say anything. That's so funny. Happy, Saturday. God, my days are all mixed up, guys. Cosmosis, you should reroll. That's offensive. You should reroll. Because that's rude. That's rude for them to give you such a low vibe. Hi, Max! Guys, hi. Happy Saturday. Happy weekend. Or happy... Sunday. I'm sorry. Days are hard. Happy Sunday if you're, European. Or Kiwi. Or Australian. I don't know if I have any Australians. I got a lot of Kiwis. I don't know about Australians, though. Also, I know who was first day. Sorry, I'm putting my rings on. I didn't wear my rings yesterday, so I feel naked. I felt naked. There they are. There you are, Peter. All right, let me open up my mod chat. Yeah. Hi, everybody! Who was first? I know who was first today. Spades? Wait, let me scroll up. Spades, how many times have you been first so far? You've been first 16 times. Well, technically 17 because it always starts at 0. So you've been first 17 times. And I'm pretty sure, like, the last 20 streams you've been first. Like, 15 of those times. Also, Raven, not first. Max, mwah. Noodles, mwah. Kiddo's a button, mwah. Rex, mwah. Cosmosis, mwah. Ren, mwah. Square, mwah. Awesome boy, mwah. Empathy, mwah. Square, thank you for the 5-stream streak. Ren, thank you for the 7-stream streak. Jinx, mwah. English, mwah. If you guys didn't say happy birthday to English, it was English's birthday yesterday. Awful Gamer, mwah. Kaylee, mwah. Otaku, mwah. How long has it been since VIP has been stolen? The last one was stolen, a Melodol at 6:42 p.m. On the 5th. So about a week ago. Really? Yeah. Like you said, Spades is a sniper. Sniper, get down! Happy birthday, English! How you guys doing? Oh, you're so lucky I can't pin that. You are so lucky. You are so lucky I can't pin that. I can't believe you've let me swing my dong around for 3 years. 3 years? That's it? That's awesome. Thank you for moderating for me for 3 years. Otaku, I just saw that emote. Ew. Ew, ew. I don't like those emotes at all. Ew, ew, ew. Those are scary emotes. I don't like, Here's a thing for the 25 stream streak. Dong swinging. Ruthie's W, I agree. I concur. Hi, Tom. Oh, you're okay. Well, how are you healing English? How are you healing? So I can see how many people I've banned? That would be so cool. Damn. Oh, Otaku! Melodol did have it for a week. Who stole the VIP? Otaku! No face. Well, and thank you. Now I know who to take it away from. Yo. Congratulations, Otaku. Is this your first time redeeming VIP, by the way? Un-VIP Amelodol. Good night, Amelodol. I'm all emotional because tomorrow's 10 years of DVD. Speaking of which, Tom, I will be streaming tomorrow. I will be streaming tomorrow because I'm not in Montreal. So I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. Well, tell them that they're terrifying, Otaku. W Squirtle! Thanks. I got this shirt because they're just prototyping the shirts, and they're going to be doing a shirt where you can pick like literally any of like the a million Pokemon that are out there right now. And I picked Squirtle because it was like the only one available that I wanted, and my dad calls me Squirtle. He goes, "Hey, Squirtle." So, yeah. So I thought it was cute, and I really, 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 really wanted one. So the shirt is for my dad. Awesome boy, thank you for the 10 stream streak. And also, hi Stanley. I was on hella delay for some reason. My birthday was 2 days ago. Surgery was yesterday. I'm in pain. No, you're in pain. No, I'm so sorry. What is your healing supposed to be like, English? Like, when is your like ETA and being healed? Oh, it's your 3rd time. Oh, look at me paying attention. Should I read? Oh yeah, do it, Max. Back in my day, there were only 150 Pokemon. What's up, Dagna? Destiny! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissing. There's nothing wrong with Montreal. I just couldn't afford to go, Avacus. But hi, Avacus. Happy weekend. What's up, Sav? Sorry, I'm like squint at you guys. I just, I'm cleaning my glasses. My clown is a good Goomba. Well, they're scary. They have this thick-ass quilted cream-colored bomber jacket. I think it's influencer exclusive for the 10-year. Can I get it? Can I ask for one? And then and I get it for you? Can I do that? Oh, can I pin that? Damn it, Rootsy! Stop saying things that I can't pin! Fuck. Yo, Max! Max, let's go! Hi, Solar. Rootsy, thank you for the 35 stream streak, by the way. You got new glasses? Let's go. That's always exciting. Prescription, I assume, right? So hopefully he doesn't disclaim anything. I'm famous. I'm literally just waiting for my next dose. Ugh. I'm so sorry. What pain meds they got you on? They got you on the good stuff. Yeah, if anybody is in Montreal this weekend, tell them I said hi. I just saw the mod chat. My little nut. Meg. Mwah. YBC. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, Otaku, thank you for the 6-7. Prescription, hell yeah. I still need to go get Rootsy. I was going to as well. Rootsy, can you stop being the same person for me for like 10 seconds, please? But I won't. Is allowed to have a problem with Canada because 3 of her, yeah, half my mod team is Canadian, so I like legally can't have a problem with Canada. And plus, Canada. America, America, everywhere else, you know. I thankfully figured out how to lighten the paint, at least the way I have it propped up. I have to lean back in my chair and it feels like, oh, good. Okay, good. I'm glad. Everyone take their prescription. You know what? I didn't take my allergy meds today. Do you mind if I take some allergy meds? I joined in Canada. What happened? The DBD Montreal, or party in Montreal right now, that I'm not at. Hi, Leanne's Moans. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. All right. Oh, this is allergy medicine, by the way. Like, I'm not taking drugs. Allergy relief. War crimes? Are you Canadian? I knew that, right? I'm here to witness the #1 Pokemon card puller worldwide. I hear all you pull is the expensive cards. Every single pack, too. It's insane. I like watching a goat unhinching its jaw to eat like a snake. Seth wrote, me? Me? That's so funny. JJ, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss you. I've already taken mine. All good here. Oh, good. Good for you. Thank you for the reminder, YBZ. A compliment? Otaku. First of all, my VIP. My number one. Are you the hottest, the tallest, the most handsomest otaku? My favorite verse in this entire stream right now. That otaku, no face. Mr. Ware. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Mods have to be either Canadian or gay. Or dog. Mr. Ware, happy weekend. Man, your shirt's adorable. Thanks, I got it for the Pokemon Center. My dad calls me Squirtle. Because my nickname used to be Squirt. And so we've adopted it to Squirtle. Canary. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss you. Although, Charmander's my favorite starter. But Squirtle just holds a little bit more, love, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Everybody do the dino dance. Everybody do the dino dance. I wish you guys could see the perfect little loaf that Jasper is right now. With his big floofy booty. Oh, do you see his tail? Oh, cattail. I have to give my shakers a bath today. Bummer. I washed my dishes recently, and I've just been using the same shaker over and over again, just washing the one shaker. So I use it, I wash it. But I didn't wash it last night because it still has Nuka Cherry. Still has Nuka Cherry in it. Let's see. I didn't finish it from yesterday's stream. Yeah, that's cherry. Yeah, Tom. If you look in my kitchen sink, it's usually just filled with shakers. Oh, you too, JJ. I hope you're doing very well. It is the 13th today. It is the 13th. I forgot to change my calendar. Max, thank you very much for the 4 biddies. June 13th, my Nazgul calendar. Someone asked me how many shakers I had, and I said, I don't know, they're all in a box. Really? Mine are all in a cupboard? Shelf? Oh, really? The entire cutlery drawer. Yeah, but you have, like, children, so I'm just one person. Chad! Mwah! Panda Monster. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissing. Oh, Raven, it's our song! I heard that. I was listening to this in the shower yesterday. Yesterday. I was like, Raven. That was weird. So anyways, really glad that was about Raven and no one else, because everyone else would be like, reported! Don't report me. I can tell you that I have 6 DVD ones, though, just in case. I think the one that I have is in the collection box. I think I might have 1 or 2 more that I'm saving for giveaways. I know I gave one to Ghoulishly. I gave one to YBZ. I might have 1 or 2 more. Oh, no! Oh, Jade, me too! Jade, do you mind if I ask where you live? Do you remember where you live? Have you told me? Tom, I gotta say, you are so fudging sweet. So every time I go live, like literally every stream, Tom is like the first person to go like, hey, go tell this cutie. And he doesn't even say it like doesn't do it about me. He does it about like so many people. And it's like, it's so sweet that he's like, ugh. Like, I can't tell you how, I don't expect them, Tom. I never expect you to like retweet my going live tweets, but I just wanted you to know that it's really sweet. I really appreciate it. And not just for me, when I see you do it for like everybody, and it's so fudging sweet. So seriously, thank you. Wait, hold on. Destiny, what? When he was like 7, 8 years old last night, I pulled a 5. Wait. This is some Pokemon card from packs he got. So he just did that, Destiny? So he just pulled the first edition card, like, yesterday? I'm just a guy doing things. You know that one guy from that one meme where he's like, I don't know, like Paul Blart Mall Cop or whatever. I don't know the actor's name. Where he's like has his hands in his pockets and he's like, that's Tom. Docs Tom on stream. I'll do it again. And I deep cleaned a section of my middle floor, particularly around my oldest desk. That's a hard word to say. Oldest desk. That's hard. I don't remember how to buy Pokeballs. Oh, Poke Shop. I don't know. Ultra Ball 100. So you Poke Shop the ball and then the quantity. So Great Ball, Pokeballs, etc. Oh, did you say Tennessee, Jade? You're the only 10 I see. Bet you didn't see that coming. After working for 3 days, I have come to the conclusion. But, are you on your feet all day, Lance Bones? Yeah, Raven. Me, whenever I have to clean up after my cats. My nephew found them. My brother was like, what the fuck? I'll just rip them. Okay, well, wow, what the fuck? So, dinner's on Destiny tonight. Or Destiny's brother. Sorry, not you, Destiny. Destiny's brother is buying us all dinner, by the way. I'm joking. Wow, good for you, right? Is your brother gonna buy you, like, a house or something? Do you have a good relationship with your brother? I took the one out of the collector's box. I don't think I've used a single one of my Dead by Daylight ones. There's 2 shakers that I never got my hands on, Tom, and I'm really upset about it. So if anyone has one and they don't want it anymore, let me know. Or I'll trade it for you or buy it from you. I don't give a fuck. It's the Lady Dimitrescu. I don't want to move it. But the Lady Dimitrescu shaker, the tall boy, it went on sale, and it went on sale like on a Friday or something, and I wanted to message Eddie to ask for it for free, and I should have just bought it for like $5 because it was on sale for $5 because the next day it was gone, and because Eddie like doesn't work on the weekends like a normal person, so I'm very upset that I didn't just buy it then. And then the second shaker that I didn't have is the original Jason shaker, like the original, the original hack and slash. Oh, these are both hack and slash. Yeah, the original hack and slash shaker. The stainless steel one. I don't have that one because I don't know. I had requested the collector's box, right? And they sent me like a shit ton of tubs, but never the collector's box. Like, I'm not gonna complain about it. Like, it's free shit, you know. Like, I'm not gonna complain about the free shit that they send me. But yeah, I just never got my hands on it. So very sad about that. New Day, mwah, BJA, mwah, and New Day, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Thank you so much. You guys are so sweet. What's up, Angry? Danny, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Almost a funny number. Yeah, Angry. It was pretty bad. I didn't lose power, and I didn't lose internet, so that was nice. What about you? It's supposed to storm tonight right now. Hold on. That's actually what I opened up my phone. Sorry. I just had a really big salad. It's supposed to storm in about a couple hours. So, yippee! More walking in the mud. Yay. I walk in the mud because my dog's, by the way. I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff that they're doing internally right now, Raven. Like, I don't know if I can talk about this, so never mind. Never mind. Wait, really, Tom? Ugh. Whatever. I want that shaker so badly, though. I might have to go to eBay. We'll see. Yeah, it's supposed to get rain. Oh my god. So walking my dogs before Dungeons and Dragons right now was because I walked my dogs a couple hours ago. It was right before Dungeons and Dragons, and it was so nice. It's like 4 degrees, and it felt like 70 degrees because it's not humid at all right now. Because we finally had maybe 24 hours of not having rain, and it was so nice because it's just been pissing rain for the past week and a half. Ugh. I sent a snap to some of the mods and whoever I have on Snap did you guys see the baby ducks? Also, sorry for everyone who has sent me snaps. I haven't opened Snapchat in about a month and a half, so I haven't opened any snaps, but I did send a snap because I wanted you guys to see the video of the cute duckies. Because there are baby duckies in my backyard and a pool of water that normally isn't there. I don't have a pool in my backyard, but I do now because of all the rain. BJ, I'm doing okay. We're hanging in there. We're doing our best. Yeah. Oh, wow. Angry, that's so scary. Yikes. Oh, what, Jade, are you loving it? Yeah, I don't know, Raven. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, a tornado struck down, like, 2 or 3 towns away from me the other day, Cosmosis. Yikes. We were okay, because like I said, I didn't lose, I'm lucky I didn't lose power or internet. But, yeah, 2 or 3 towns over. Like a 20-minute drive away. Touchdown. No way, Jade! That's awesome! Yeah, I'm not gonna say, like, what town, because I'm not gonna dox, like, myself or anybody else, but... Yeah! I'm a Yankee stuck down south. Oh. But, Leanne's Modes, I hope you're doing okay. With all your work that you've been doing. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I don't know how to read. Yeah, that town over. There. Cookie dough! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Jenny, thank you for the 15th stream streak. I like how they almost sync. They almost do. If you wait long enough, they do sync up a little bit. Just like a period. I'm joking. Well, yo! So many stream streak todays. What's happening? BJ, thank you for the 15 stream streak. Hi, Luffy. Luffy, mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, you did? Oh, shoot. I haven't looked at it yet. All right. Well, I'm going to look at it. Mama J. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissies. Yeah, Angry. Exactly. Close your eyes and point, and there's some sort of suburb down there. But he's going to put his money into a college fund for my nephew. Oh, that's all right. That's good. You know, college fund, home for your sister, whatever. What a hater. Well, he better buy you, like, a really nice Christmas present, all right? Everybody's streaking. And nephew's 5, that's dope to put to just do that. Well, I guess he has to sell the card first, right? But hey, good for him. I know exactly what I want to open today. It is 5 Burger Death Punch. Good ears. Good ears, Otto. I have not opened this box before, and I wanted to open it. So I think it's what we're going to open. Shut up. No, this is Patrick. That's strike 1. I'm joking. Tom, how are you? Yeah, so we're going to open up some Pokemon cards, and then, okay, so I told you guys about how Gunner canceled all of the live streams that we used to do on Mondays. Well, we used to do on Mondays and Fridays, and then it was just Mondays, and now it's none. And when I tell you that I made more money on those Gunner live streams for 6 months last year that we did them, than I did on Twitch for the entire year. So I'm gonna need to supplement some funds by doing something. And there's a Twitch sponsorship that I'll be doing in a little bit. It's gonna be super easy. It's not gonna you guys are barely gonna notice that it's even a sponsored thing. But basically, I have to watch a movie trailer on YouTube for this movie called The Furious. And we're gonna watch a movie trailer, and there'll be like branded content on the stream for like kind of like the Minecraft thing where we'll have like a branded banner on the stream for like an hour, and that's it. I literally am just gonna watch the thing, read something, so, and then move on. But yeah, they'll pay me to do this. But it's not gonna be like anything crazy. It's not gonna be like the Gunner streams where I do it for 2 hours, so it'll take a couple seconds. So, but I gotta supplement some income because no more Gunner streams. We're still sponsored by Gunner, but we're not gonna be doing the 2-hour live segments anymore. I actually have some new Gunners to show off to you guys, but not today. Not today. Probably do it on Monday. Go, Sloops! Think of the forehead kiss you. I'm sold. I want to see it already. Oh, thanks, Tom. Yeah. How's Doggy doing? They're doing good. They're very sleepy today. Hey, Go, Sloops! How's the Montreal FOMO treating you? Because it's treating me like shit. Journey and Destined Rivals is what's in here. Very drunk. Oh, okay. Happy weekend. Hello. Yeah, Same. I'm feeling the FOMO. It's pretty bad, honestly. Me too, Craze Jester. I love the song. Thanks, John! Alright. So here's the promo card that comes in the Mastibiff box. So pretty, angry doggy. Angry doggy. Yeah, I saw that, Loops. It's so funny. Ooh! Had to take my shot. Okay, I was picturing like a shot, not like a... Oh, yum! Oh, you're like, oh, you did so good in your shot today. Here's a treat. It's so cute. Hey! Okay, I figured that's where you were going with your streaking comment earlier. That's so funny. Mama J, thank you for the 60 stream streaks. What the fudge? Cookie Dough, thank you for the 3 stream streak. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's message. I hope I didn't. I'm scrolling up. Yu-Gi-Oh! Seems to be going down in popularity. Haven't found many people into it when I was little. I was actually showing off some my Yu-Gi-Oh! Collection last week. Oh! He had it sold like 15 minutes after he got it? Oh, no way! Wow! Good for him! Hell yeah! Numa, yeah. Numa, yeah. Maya he, Maya hoo. Yeah, make sure you're drinking water, Craze Jester. Alright. Shall we open up some cards? We got Journey Together, Destined Rivals, and Destined Rivals. My chase cards for Journey Together is really just Lily's Clefairy. And then Destined Rivals, the Nidoking. Any Nidoking, any Clefairy. Those are the chases. Do you guys want to guess the energy? You can choose between water, electric, fire, fighting, psychic, grass, dark, and metal. Ooh, metal. Oh my god, that opens so, like, buttery. Why you open like that? What am I gonna guess? What am I gonna guess? Psychic. Psychic! And you do deserve cheese, Spades. Metal. Weed! Psychic, water, electric. Hi, Anxious! Fishton! We're gonna open up some Pokemon cards. What do we say? Goddess. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, crap! Someone said, Destiny! Yes, Destiny! Yay, we got it right. Let's go. Anxious. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. What's up, Goddess? That's not a fist. No, this is a fist. I'm joking. Whoa, Larvesta. How did we know that was there? It's actually a really cute art for Larvesta. It's really cute. Oh, the Metapod is super cute too. Black Belt's training. Here, there's your fist. Oh, I love this art. This art. The card art is so pretty in this pack. What the fudge? Oh, and there's Cramorant. Derp. Lily's Pearl. Cincino. Audino. Pancham. I can't really do that in an Italian accent. Oh my god, if I get this double one more time, I'm fine. I'm cool. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, the Voltorb art is really pretty. Yeah. Nothing at all. It's so pretty. Lobster! Mwah! Think with a forehead kissy. Here's the Voltorb art. Oh, focus. There she is. Yeah, it's just such a pretty card. I don't know. I love when, like, commons are, like, cute like that. What was the other one that was really cute? The Metapod and the Larvesta. Larvesta. These are really cute arts, too. I really like the Metapod. The Metapod is such a vibe. Like, I would get that as a graphic shirt. Oh. Like, just this and, like, a, you know. Without love, pain. Oh, no! Mwah! Think of the forehead kissing. It's a pretty card. I love blue and yellow and purple. Oh, Vaporwave, yeah, yeah, bro, cool. Yeah, those are good combos. I don't know. Colors are just pretty. I love them all. All right, what's the energy for this Destined Rivals pack? I'm gonna go Psychic again. I know. Lightning. Hi, Mira. Psychic, woulda, Lightning, weed, fire, ooh, Mira, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy, No way! Alright, Destiny, what the fudge? First, your brother becomes almost a millionaire, like half a millionaire, and now you've been right twice in a row. What the hecky? Electabuzz? Get rigged! Kibble. Ooh, I love Skarmory. This card is so pretty. Smoliv! Team Rocket's Great Ball.
Was up.
What up? Liepard? Huntail? Meditite? Zamazenta? Oh! Arboliva. I don't know, but I think we pulled this one actually a couple weeks ago. But a hit is a hit. I'll take it. Death's Reaper, thank you for the 21 months. What the fudge? Enjoy your 90, count 'em, your 90 emotes, your ad-free food, and your sub badge. What the fudge? Barely. Mwah. Death's Reaper. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, the Liepard? Yeah, the boys are tuckered out today. I don't really know why. Yeah, this is a really cute card. Brand new pair of Crocs. Yeah. Almost as cute as you are. Riding all the dogs. Alright, guess the energy. There's no way it's gonna be another grass one, right? Like, there's no way it'll be another weed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Grass. I'm gonna go with Psychic, so. Water, dark. Feast! Okay, it took me a second, but now I understand. Water. Lightning! Let's just pretend Mira said Lightning. Alright. Combustion! I love Combustion. Phoebus. Dottler. Ampling! Oh, he's so cute. So cute. Look at how pretty. Nidoqueen. I don't know if I pulled that one yet. Oh, that's nice. I like that. Ampharos. Granite Cave. Impodup. Raticate. Aw, poo. Ah, poo. Nothing good. We only got one hit out of those 3 cards, or 3 packs, but we did get a promo. And we got some really cute comments, too. The Raticate is cute. We pulled him before. I love this Nidoqueen. This Nidoqueen is so cool. Focus. Meow. There she is. That's a really pretty card. The Impotent, you can have it. I hate Impotent and its entire evolution line, like the Grimmsnarl. Ugh, I hate it. I hate it. And I have, like, so many Champions Path ETBs from, like, back in the day. And it's such a small set. Like, my bulk for the Champions Path, it's ridiculous how many, like, of the Impidimp and Grimmsnarl, I can't remember the middle evolution, like, how much I have of those cards in my bulk. It's ridiculous. I can open up a card shop with my bulk. It's insane. If you guys are curious what some of my bulk looks like, look at my Twitter, and look at what my sponsored post that I did with, Flu Coffee. Because you can kind of see, like, a lot of the bulk ETBs in the background. It's so funny. Eka, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Happy weekend. Guys, happy weekend. What's everyone got planned for the weekend? Oh, we're streaming tonight, and we are streaming tomorrow. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's actually so funny. Like, Impidimps only. Only dimps. Only imps! You work? Ugh. Well, you know, making money's always nice. It's always nice. Sorry, though. So instead of a brick and mortar, bricks and impidimps? Do I only sell bricks and impidimps? Can I sell Grimmsnarls too? Who's the middle evolution? I can't remember. Oh, Morgrim. Morgrim, the emo-looking one. Another one that I have a lot of bulk of is the Obstagoon and Obstagoon line. So many of that. Dragon Center, please! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. We'll be opening more cards tonight. I don't know, because I don't really have a lot of Pokemon cards left. And, I can't really afford to buy any more cards, so I'm trying to, ration. I'm trying to, ration myself. Dragon, we just opened a Mabastiff, EX box. I didn't get shit. I got, besides the promo card, I got an Arboliva EX from Destin Rivals. That's the only thing I got. But the promo card's really cool. I mean, the art is really cool, but I already have this card. Of Zigzagoons, just normal Zigzagoons, or what was it, Galarian? Thank you! I got this from the Pokemon Center because they were doing a, Komoto Dise, Mad-Eye! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. How are you doing, homie? You're so cute. They're doing a beta. They still have the shirts available too, but they only have like less than 20 Pokemon you could choose from, and Clefable wasn't on there, so I really wanted one, and my dad calls me Squirtle, and so I thought this would be a cute shirt. Have you thought about what your favorite is yet? My favorite what is? Oh, just regular. Oh, I like regular Zigzagoons and regular Linoons. I don't like the Obstagoon or Obstagoon line. Pokemon card? Oh, well, Clefable's my favorite Pokemon. I'm doing okay, Mad-Eye. Hanging in there. I'm hanging in there. I just warned the mods earlier today that I'm feeling pretty rough lately. So, yeah. Well, I guess I'm warning you guys now too. That I'm just feeling pretty rough lately, so it's all right. It is what it is. You guys cheer me up. Thanks, guys. Hugs. And if you guys don't want the hug, you guys can double it and give it to the next person. Yeah, we're hanging in there. I will be live again tomorrow, though. I will be live tomorrow for the Dead by Daylight 10-year anniversary. We're just gonna do a watch party. Hi, Haku! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, JJ, you are so good. You don't have to apologize or anything. You kind of feel bad or nothing. I am just some random person on the internet that streams gameplay videos and talks about my cats and my dogs. Your guys' lives take so much more priority than my silly little live streams. You guys don't have to apologize. You guys don't have to feel bad for not being here. Shabby! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, did you? I had a great D&D session today, too. What happened in yours? We were doing combat today. I didn't really do much, but I always enjoy good combat. I feel like I'm getting, I wouldn't say I'm getting better at D&D, but I'm definitely getting the hang of it. It's only taken 2 years. But I feel like I'm becoming a little bit more, I guess, creative might be the better word. I still feel like I think super linear. And it's hard for me to think outside the box, but that's a TISM thing for me. But I feel like I'm definitely feeling more comfortable. Hi, Shabby. Shabby, you're so sweet. Black belt. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I fell down the storm chase. Oh, no way. So there's Twitch people. I'm sure there's people on Twitch that stream everything. So people that do storm chasing. That's so cool. Oh, we just hit level 7 last session, Mama J. That's dope. So now my druid is level 7. And I could summon elementals, which I did in my combat today. I summoned some water elementals. Normally I'd like to open up more Pokemon cards, but I want to take an edible. Oh, did you see what Space Panda sent me in my last goodie box? So Space Panda sent me my monthly package. Oh, here it is. So Space Panda sent me my monthly package, and I got another Pixel Lime. Use code Kitten, 30% off. And then I requested the lollies because I've never tried one before, and they sent me 5 of them. They're 20 milligrams. I take a half a gummy, which is 5 milligrams. What am I gonna do with 20? Oh man, I'm excited to try one of these. Maybe I could do one tonight. We'll see. Wait, thank you, Space Panda. Yeah, so, like, I think it was Ollie that was saying that he's done one before, and he gets, like, high as fuck. So, if I do take one of these, I'm gonna do, like a couple, yeah, exactly, Space. I think I'm gonna do, like, a couple, like, and then maybe, like, suck on it for, like, a little bit, and then, I don't know, wrap it up or something? I don't know. So, we'll see. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna eat the whole thing, though. Good evening. Yeah, do you guys want a sucker? Although this one looks like it got like a little melted, so I might eat this one first. Oh no, she's fine. She's like, I think just because it was in like 90 something degree heat when they got delivered, so. Yeah, Spade. So I'm gonna take like a little trip to Mars or something later today. We'll see. But yeah. Thanks, Space Panda! Duncan! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. And took out the demon with a man-eating carrot. Oh, wait, hold on, I missed your first one. We got stuck into a darkness nightmare and defeated shadow creatures and saved the little boy from last session. I got a +1 Gary's axe today, too, which I was very happy about, and chopped up a couple of wooden maniacs. What's a Gary's axe? With a man-eating carrot. I love that. That's so cool. Oh, yeah. Oh, I still have the, this. The Willie's THC infused, each serving is 5 milligrams THC and 2 milligrams CBD. I could take one whole. Yeah. Could you? Rockin' Rebel! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Good evening. Happy weekend. I may have a problem with what, Mama J? I'm proud of it. Happy Pride. Wait, diatribe with what? I have all 5 of those in my mouth right now? Okay, I just read that. Okay. It's hard for me to keep up with all your pins of shames. Say so under your breath. For the Horde! You're so funny. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll do a shot of that today, for like subs or anything instead of liquor. But we'll see. We'll see. Cause I've only had one of those once, or I've only taken a sip, like literally like a sip. I haven't taken like a full shot of that before, so we'll see. Oh my god! All right, so I'm gonna. Oh no, I lied. We're not gonna do this right now. We're gonna do the sponsored part right now. Okay, so this is Jasper. You're so cute, but stop it. No, stop. He's trying to, like, play with the charging cable. You guys stop, Muffin. Okay. Okay. You know, maybe we will open up some more Pokemon cards. I lied. Let me get rid of all of my branded stuff, because I can't have branded stuff on my stream while I do this. And then, TV Creator. Okay, and then this. I've never been so surreptitious, so close to be distracted when I spike the punch. I don't know, it just doesn't feel like another no sizing you up. Okay. Wrong button. That's it for now. Okay. Salt and Loki! Ah! Thank you for the forehead kissy! So it all started at a Mad Scientist Con. Oh, shut up. Okay. It all started at Mad Scientist Con in D&D. The party went to where I found Gary the blacksmith. He said he would give me his great axe if I advised him to everyone I saw, so I'm a repeat customer. Gary's axe is an axe with a big G sprayed onto it, and now it's a magical axe! Shut up! That is so cool! Man, D&D is so neat. What the hecky? I give chat bonks. Thank you. That's so funny. I love your shirt. Thanks, Loki. Love your face. What's up, all good? All good. Happy weekend. All right. Let me do... Oh, no music. We can't have copyright music during this. Where's my thing? Oh, sponsor tools. Oh, it is already there. Oh, it's right there, idiot. 163 days, chemo free. What are you gonna do for a year anniversary? So now I have a walking Gary's ad with his ex. Appreciate you love sharing anything. But no, I love it. It makes me so happy. Oh, God, you're so messy, Pixel. Okay. There we go. Sorry, I just don't want to mess this up. I'm nervous. Ugh, sponsored streams make me so nervous, guys. Like, I'm literally not gonna do anything. I'm literally gonna read something. All right. Sponsorship tools. Activation settings. Sure. How do I start it, though? Oh, here. Oh, enable channel skin. Okay. Auto mod. What? Auto mod is not below level 2. Hold on. It's so quiet without music.
Lizard.
Oh, jeez. Oh my God. I'm so locked in. So anyways,
Lizard.
that was
Lizard.
scary. Okay.
Lizard.
That scared the French toast sticks out of me. I can't believe that scared me so much. Woo! Okay. There we go. Okay. The channel skin should be live. I am going to disable the lizard just for now, just because I don't want it to get spammed right now, if you guys don't mind. Just for the sponsored part. Was it commands, maybe? Lizard. Okay, we'll just turn that off for now. Just for now, guys. Just for now. Hi, Lyrica! Lyrica, hope you're doing so good. Oh, I like that. Good pin. What's up, Big Perp? Big Perp, happy weekend. Alice, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Alright. So we're gonna do a thing. Cool. I'm gonna move this here. Here. Desktop audio properties. Alright. Can you guys hear this, yes or no? Do you guys hear that? Yeah, you guys can hear it. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, cool. So, I'm going to read this thing really quickly. If I've missed anyone's messages during it, don't worry. I will come back, but I have to read this, or else I get in trouble. And I won't get paid, so, yippee! This is... Can you guys see what I can see? Oh, you guys can. Okay. We'll go back here. That's fine. This stream segment is sponsored by The Furious. After the daughter of Wang Wei is kidnapped by a criminal network and he receives no help from the corrupt police, Wei sets out on a rampage to find her himself. His only ally is Naveen, a relentless journalist whose wife has mysteriously disappeared. Fueled by a furious vengeance, the unlikely duo ruthlessly fights against the kidnappers in this explosive martial arts showdown. It's apparently one of the best action films of the decade. Directed by renowned action choreographer Kenji Tanigaki, and from the producer behind Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, The Furious is the culmination of the martial arts action genre, with early viewers calling the film an instant masterpiece. With a stacked cast of experienced fighters, The Furious goes all out and delivers a non-stop storm of violence, face-melting, brutal, and innovative fights make for an instant classic that over-delivers on sheer adrenaline and crowd-pleasing ferocity. Cheese and rice! Fans of martial arts action cinema are in for an adrenaline-fueled theatrical experience that over-delivers on brutal fights and crowd-pleasing kills. Don't miss The Furious, only in theaters on Friday. So it came out in theaters yesterday. Oh, I just realized I was supposed to click that button before. I read that. I'll we'll watch the trailer and I'll read it again. What do you guys think about that? All right, so here's the trailer for The Furious, and The Furious, thank you very much for sponsoring this segment. You guys hear it okay?
You're looking for someone.
So am I.
My wife went missing.
John Wick! I thought that was like someone's hand for a second. Okay.
Your daughter, she might still be alive.
So this is called Be Furious. Do I know that guy? Hold on. Do I know this guy in the red? I feel like I've seen him before. Yeah. He looks so familiar. I think he might be in John Wick, but I might be just too John Wick loaded. I'm pretty sure he's one of the guys in John Wick. Man, wait, we got a close up on his face. Hold on. Where was it? It's gonna bother me. I'd watch the heck out of this. It just came in theaters, I think, yesterday, right? June 12th? Yeah, so it just became in theaters starting yesterday. So it's in theaters right now. So I think it's in, I think this guy right here, I think he's one of the people that fights John Wick at the end of John Wick 2 or 3. 3. At the end of John Wick 3. He's one of the ones that John Wick lets live, I think. Oh, that's dope. Looks pretty good, right? All right, I'm gonna read this again because I unfortunately didn't read it before I clicked start streamer read. So I'm gonna read this one more time. I'm so sorry, and then I'll move on. So this part of the stream is sponsored by The Furious. So what we just watched is after the daughter of Wang Wei is kidnapped by a criminal network and he receives no help from the corrupt police, Wei sets out on a rampage to find her himself. His only ally is Naveen, a relentless journalist whose wife also has mysteriously disappeared. Fueled by furious vengeance, the unlikely duo ruthlessly fights against the kidnappers in this explosive martial arts showdown, one of the best action films of the decade. Directed by renowned action choreographer Kenji Tanigaki, and from the producer behind Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, The Furious is the culmination adaptation of the martial arts action genre, with early viewers calling the film an instant masterpiece. With a stacked cast of experienced fighters, The Furious goes all out and delivers a non-stop storm of violence. Face-melting, brutal, and innovative fights make for an instant classic that over-delivers on sheer adrenaline and crowd-pleasing ferocity. Fans of martial arts action cinema are in for an adrenaline-fueled theatrical experience that over-delivers on brutal fights and crowd-pleasing kills. Don't miss The Furious, only in theaters Friday. So, that's awesome. So, these are in theaters starting yesterday. You guys can watch it right now! Go see The Furious! That's very cool. Thank you so much, The Furious, for sponsoring this stream. Lyrical, I don't know if I did your kissy. Thank you for the forehead kissy. The last 24 hours were not my bingo card for the week. Oh, shoot, are you okay? Also, hi, Dark Ragnar! Oh, did you say I'm really quiet? Oh, shoot. Am I better now? Sorry. Am I gonna pop some salmon and broccoli in the oven? Yum! Please do. Also, Spades. Thank you for the forehead kissies. Lex Issa, thank you for the forehead kissy. Is now happy. Oh, good. We love being happy. All right, so let's open up some more Pokemon cards. What do you guys think? What do we think? Some more Pokemon cards. Let's see. Where are my playlists for my non-DMCA music? Oh, I forgot I put my my G Fuel magnets for the Nuka-Cola on here. Oh, here we go. We got our night mode. Night mode. DMCA free. Thanks, Jericho. Nice shirt. Thanks, Eclipse. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kiss, dude. Long time no see. What's I was saying? Yeah. So we'll open up some more Pokemon cards, and then we'll start playing Clair, Obscur, Expedition, the T3, who I do believe will be our 8th playthrough now, I think. Okay. I think it'll be our 8th playthrough. Oh, I think you'll like it. Oh, if you like action stuff. If you like action stuff. Yeah. Like, I don't know how many times I've said this, and I'm sorry if I've said this a lot, but the John Wick movies are like my comfort movies. Is that weird? Is that weird? But I do skip the first 16 minutes of the first John Wick movie because I can't stand when things happen to dogs because I'll cry and I'll die. But I love watching... Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, I'm ready to get my heart broken again. I'm ready to have my heart ripped open and torn apart and squished and squabbled and hammered like the protagonist in The Furious did for those guys in the ring. Yeah, Degna, it's the tism, you know. It sneaks out. Yeah, the guy from Fortnite, Sushi Guy. That guy from Fortnite. Oh, man. Sushi Guy. Mwah. Think with a forehead kissy. Ow. So, the last time I opened up a Mega Zygarde box, we only got 2 hits. And both of those hits were from the Phantasmal Flames packages, or packs in here. Perfect order. Sushi Guy, I think this is the Diggersby box. If I see one Diggersby, I might lose it. I might, because Diggersby just like, I'm like triggered by it. Okay, oh, right here. We got another large 3D card that I can't look at because it makes me dizzy. Oh, and a Steed Gutter. Yeah. Oh, Dragon. I can't be held accountable for what I'll do if I pull the Mega Clavell SIR. On God, I do not know what I'll do. But my comfort show is Chernobyl. I've never seen that. What is it about? You said it's a show? I think I've heard. I think you've talked about it before, but I don't remember what it was about. If you told me. Sorry, I do have the memory of a goldfish, and that's being like generous. European. Okay. Oh, they make youths. They do have youth sizes.
Sub for Diggersby.
Mods ban sushi guy. Mods ban sushi guy. Over. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I could have probably figured that out. Eh? That's funny, Raven. You're probably just like context clues, Pixel. Sushi guy, thank you for the 9 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Yeah, Big Perp. If you go to the Pokemon Center, they have youth sizes for these. Thank you, Raven. No, you. All right, guys, guess an energy card. Guess an energy. Destiny. Well, you've been right 2 times out of 3 tonight, so you know. Distant. Oh, we do have to be on our best behavior for the next like hour or so. By the way. Okay. Sorry. Okay, for the next 50 minutes. We just have to be at our good behavior. Also, I'm gonna unpin after manual. Cool. There we go. Hi, Kels! Kels, it's almost your birthday. What are you gonna do for your birthday, you little birthday girl? It's like, oh, a week away, isn't it? It's like next Sunday, isn't it? Yum, Spades! Let's go. Grass. Hey! Let's go, Big Perp. That's awesome. Fighting. When has this stream ever misbehaved ever? See, Degna, you get me. Oh! I guess. Whatever. Yeah, you do have your fur babies, right? Oh, I guess you do have your babies. I forget. Because it's not a blended family, right? You just like... What is it called? I hope everything's going good for with that, by the way, Kels. The familia. As last I talked about, I know you're having issues with the mother. Yeah, exactly, Kels. Destiny, I need to know. Destiny, I have one question for you. We've opened, okay, first, for the record, we've opened 3 out of 4 packs, and 3 out of the 4 packs have been grass. And so, Destiny, I have a very important question. I have a really important question, and only Destiny can answer. Is there a Mega Clefable SIR in here? You can say no, it's okay if it's not, but can you just tell me if there is? Maybe? No! No, tell me. We're gonna put your powers to the test. Yes or no? Is there one in here? We're putting your powers to the test right now. Is there a Mega Clefable SIR in here right now? We're gonna put the food. We have to test your powers. 3 out of 4. Not just being right 3 out of 4 times, but getting grass the last 3 out of 4 times is insane. It's honestly, it's scary. All right, go grass. You're a day before Kyle. He's the 22nd. Because, what did you say? Yours is Sunday? Yeah, oh, well, it's Father's Day. So, yeah, okay, so Sunday, yeah, his is Monday. Diggy, diggy, hole. Diggy, diggy, hole. Ra-ta-ta. Dartrix. Honedge. Turtonator. 1 Diggersby and I'm done. Nah, no Diggers. No. No Diggersby. Shaman. Jaw Fossil. Bunnelby. Not a Diggersby. So we'll take it. For some reason, my brain zeroed in on the 5th card from my left to your right. Okay, so this pack, the fifth pack. Jasper, drop my Voltorb card. Okay. Don't put the energy out there, Raven. No way! I've seen people do that on TikTok, Hells. That's so cool. That's cool. Do you have any pictures of you doing it yet? All right. Next pack. What's the energy card gonna be? A chat. Oh yeah, unrelated, but what are lottery numbers? I needed another hobby. Yeah, yeah, Kels, because you weren't doing enough. Water, fire. I kind of want to say grass, but like, there's no way. There's no way. I'm gonna go with dark. Ghost. Would you say dark? Would you say dark or psychic for that sushi guy? Because there's no ghost. Psychic, right? Is ghost, right? If it's grass again, I'm leaving. Dark? Okay. Me too. Guess what my cosplay is going to be for an upcoming con? Is it Dead by Daylight related? Give me like a category. If it's anime, I'm not going to be able to know. Sushi guy! See, we're so smart. It is? Wait, is it from Dead by Daylight? Huntress. Rigged. Oh, sorry. Just bumped the camera. My bad. I actually might start using my teleprompter that I have soon.
Help is on the way here!
Oh my golly gee whiz! What's up, Chaotic Knox? How you doing? What's up, UGVD Fox? Yo, welcome in, Raiders. You came just in time. We're about to open our second pack of Perfect Order. We're opening up a mega Zygarde box that has 10 packs of Pokemon, 8 Perfect Order, and 2 Phantasmal Flames. So we'll see. Right? Is it 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, there's 8 packs. I don't know how to count. So there's 8 packs of cards in here. 6 Perfect Order, 2 Phantasmal Flames. My bad. Oh, it's zombie themed. Shut up. Does Spades know this? How was your stream, Chaotic Knox? Guys, everyone go tell Chaotic Knox how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. What were you doing? Also, did you guys see the emotes? The little Queen Lava emotes? Or so Cyndaquil? Is that Cyndaquil or Quilava? I could have swore they were Quilava, but now I'm looking and I was like, oh, I don't know. It could be Cyndaquil. Either way, they're adorable AF. Oh, no way! Spades! Spoiler alert. Think of the forehead kissy. But guys, welcome in. It is Cindy! Cyndaquil is so cute. I don't think there's any Cyndaquils in this set, unfortunately, but I do love me a good Cyndaquil. I actually have a shirt that I just got from Pokemon Center a couple weeks ago that has all the fire starters on it, like every fire starter, and Cyndaquil's on it. It's so cute. So cute. Oh! Lapras EX, let's go! Chaotic Knox, bringing the luck. Let's go, let's go. What's up, Willie? Willie, happy weekend. Oh, Cals. Oh, good luck. Good luck, love. No way, how far away from you? From you? How far away are you from P100? Yo! UGVD Fox! Thank you so much for giving this up to Chaotic Knox. What the fudge? Chaotic! Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and add your sub-badge! Thank you so much, UG. Thank you so much. What the hecky? Oh, you're definitely getting it, like, at least by the end of the anniversary, right? At least. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. 43 days until your kid visits. Oh, hell yeah. So 43 days until your kid visits. 163 days that all good has been chemo-free. Big anniversaries. Let's go. I'm locking in. Yeah, you definitely got that, Chaotix. For sure. For sure. Well, everybody go follow Chaotic Knox, and friends. If you guys need to go raid and run, please don't feel bad about doing so. Please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pika, puka, stretch or drink. I'm just going to open up some Pokemon cards for a little bit. And then we're going to go play, or continue my first playthrough of Clair, Obscur, Expedition 33. And then tomorrow, I'll be live again to do a little co-stream of the Dead by Daylight anniversary stream. So I'm very excited about that. Are you going to stream for that too, Chaotic Knox? Grass. Oh, were you at a con all weekend, Kels? Metal. A 2 AM monster? No way. Jinx, you got anything you doing tomorrow? Water. Sunny. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Fire. He smacked me so many times. Good. Teach him a lesson. Yeah, I'm gonna be hell yeah. You stressed me out. Oh, that's right. You're on vacation. Did you actually, like, vacation, or No, not at all, Willie. Not at all. You guys telling me what's going on in your lives makes me very happy. I really appreciate you guys sharing that information with me. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Hey, Dusty. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Twitch, for the hype train. Did someone say dark? I swear someone said dark. Oh, we did last time. 2 darks in a row? What is happening? Chaotic. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. I guess I can play a raid trailer. I can't play my main raid trailer because it has copyrighted music in it, and we're doing a sponsored segment right now. Rigged. But I can do number 2 because that one doesn't have any copyright music. There's no music in that one. So after this pack, let's do a raid trailer. Yes, okay, this pack is like the exact same pack that we just had, right? Isn't it? Pack number 2, my lord. Oh! Did you see how excited I got? It's not the Mega Cafable SIR, but it is my 3rd Mega Cafable EX. Yeah, not the fake out, right? You guys all saw me like... You guys saw me like get really excited and then get really disappointed in real time. It is a Clefable. Jail. That's alright. Alright, let's do a raid trailer for Chaotic. Which button is it? This one. This game just seems like just a bunch of cheap jump scares. What in the M. Night Shyamalan signs is this?
She had seen during her time with
Boobies!
the
Honkin' tibbies! Those are knockers! I actually kind of want to stay in the screen again. God, is that the hatch right there? Yo, speedrun. Because I might have a big butt, but I got a small brain.
Okay, crawl.
I love your titsy stuff. Thanks. Thanks for the raid. Yeah, I gotta stop playing that one during sponsor stuff. Which I think it's fine, but should probably not play that one. There's gonna be at least 1 more Clefable, maybe 2. Promise. Also, Willie! Mwah, thank you for the forehead QZ. Hi, Devil! Devil, how are you feeling today? Now you can have me on speaker. I would yell something obnoxious, but sponsor segment. For how much longer? Hold on. We're doing a sponsor segment with The Furious, because The Furious just came out on in theaters yesterday. And if I watched the trailer and talked about it, I watched the trailer and I got to talk about it, and then is there something on my screen right now? Like, do you guys see stuff on the screen? Because you should see it for like the next hour, next 42 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Awesome. It's a memorable raid trailer. It is. Oh, look at your cynical emotes. They're so cute. Get tickets now. Cool, guys. Get tickets now for The Furious. It does look really dope though. It does look really dope. Devil! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yeah, a lot of Ratatas and Raticates. I'll take it, because I do like Ratatas and Raticates. Alright, what energy is gonna be? What energy? Oh, don't even get me started, Spades. Why are just people so mean? Ah! Jackda! Fire! Metal. No way! No way! Me and another random just chatting every game like it's the anonymity. Like, even if they're not on anon mode, it's the anonymity of like not, because they would never say that to your face. You know what I mean? They would never say that to your face. They're just people are. I'm gonna get into a tangent. I'm gonna get on a soapbox or whatever. Yes! Twisted Metal! I'm gonna be live tomorrow for it, too. I'll be live tomorrow doing a little co-stream. Little Montreal FOMO party. Oh, this is Phantasmal Flames, by the way. This is Phantasmal Flames, so there will not be Clefable in this pack. Unless there wants to be an error pack. You know what I mean? Maybe. Smeargle. Toxel. Bronzor. This is so cute. Oh, Cresselia. Hunter. Punk Helmet. Haunch Crow. Oh, so cute! Wigglytuff. Ooh, and a Miss Magius EX. I actually think I have this one too. But it is really pretty. It is you! It is you. I need Roots to be here so I can show her that card too. Internet tough, guys. Yeah. Internet tough. So mad. Yeah, the Charizard would be nice. We're all invited to the party in Entity's realm. Hell yeah. So we've actually gotten some decent pulls so far, right? So far. Alright, well, Destiny said I'll have at least one, maybe two Clefables, and there's only 3 more packs. Alright, what's the energy in this one, guys? I'm gonna go with Lightning. No, Fire. Lightning. Fire! Fire. Grass. I feel like you've used up all your grass energy. Did it? It's electric. Woogie, woogie, woogie. Oh, I opened that so ugly. Like, look at that. So ugly. You're just like me. Trash. Lightning liar? Oh, instead of fire and lightning. I said lightning first, right? Like, that's what I meant. Sounds like I read that way. Yeah, you didn't hear anything. You didn't hear nothing. This is perfect order, by the way. Oh, did you win? You did! It's electric. Woogie, woogie, woogie. Thank you, Destiny. Spritzy. Doublade. Howlucha. Aegislash. Energy Swatter. Me when you guys are being bad. Just swat you. Meowstick. Oh, Esper. Tyrantum. Oh, and another Tarragon. This is my 3rd one. But a hit is a hit. A hit is a hit. I'll take it. Two more perfect orders left, and then 1 more Phantasmal Flames. What's gonna be in here? I'm gonna go with fighting. I'm gonna go with fighting now. Grass! The next time it's gonna be grass, there's gonna be a Clefable in that pack. Psychic? What did I say? Fighting? Just be a Mega Clefable SIR. Mega Clefable SIR. Mega Clefable SIR. Oh! Raven! Hey, Destiny. Okay. I appreciate that. Cayman. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Snivy. Skaroopy. See you. Pokepad. Shaman. Turtonator. Tarragon. Barbuckle. Hey, I did say fighting energy was going to be in there, didn't I? What's up, Cayman? Happy weekend. Last pack. Last perfect order. We still have Phantasmal. You know, we're going to open the Phantasmal Flames. We're going to open Phantasmal Flames first because I want the last pack, if there's a Clefable in there, to be the last one. So we're going to do the Phantasmal Flames. What energy's in here? I'm going to go fighting again. I'm going to go fighting. Feasting. Fire. Fuego. Dark. Grass. Your grass is us. Dark. Water. We haven't had any water tonight, though. Grass. Dark. Metal. No, no one said metal. Bravo, Penguin! Bravo, Penguin. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy, princess. Also, 369. Not that that's funny or anything. I wouldn't know why that's a funny number or anything. You know what? You know what? I don't even want a Charizard. Alright, clip that and get metal. Clip that and get ready to combine it with the clip of me getting the Charizard from this pack, right? Oddish. Ghastly. Granbull. Blowtorch. Wigglytuff again. So cute. Hunchcrow again. Oh, beep yup. Oh. That's so funny, Big Perp. That's actually really funny. That's alright. I'm not even upset that there's no Charizard in there because we have the Mega Clefable SIR in here, right? Kiss it. Kiss it, Clefairy. 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 Wait, you too, Raven? That's so funny. What's the energy gonna be? Oh, you better whip them out, Destiny. I swear to God. I'm joking. Alright. If you guys have any pray emotes, put them in chat. We're praying. Mega Clefable SIR. Dark. Grass. Oh, thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Dark. Fighting. I'm gonna go with water. Because we haven't had any water. Whoa! Fire? Did anybody say fire? I don't remember. I don't think anyone did. Water. This pack is going to be fire. Because we have fire energy. There's a Mega Clefable SIR in here. Alright? Amora. Spinarak. Fletchinder. Hippopotamus. Shaman. Lumiose Galetta. Barbaracle. Seal. Here's your fucking grass energy. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. One day. Alright. Well, I guess we did get you know what? I'll take a win where I could take a win. That's true, Sushi Guy. We didn't get a single one. So that's true. But we did get another promo. Yippee. We did also get, out of 8 packs, we got 4 hits. So I will gratefully take a 50% pull rate. So we got our third Tarragon. I think my second Miss Magus EX, my third Mega Clefable EX, and my second Lapras EX. I will very graciously and gratefully accept a 50% pull rate. For sure. Yeah. Not too often when it happens. Man, I don't think I have anything else perfect order to open. Yeah, the only 2 things I got are another Pokemon Day box and a Hops Zacian, which just has Destined Rivals and Journey Together, which could have a Clefairy. Could have a Clefairy. And this is Phantasmal Flames and Mega Evolution. Guys, do I open another one? These are the last ones that I have. Oh, you know what? No, I do have some tins. I think I have a tin upstairs. Hold on. He's almost falling out of the bed. Hold on. Let me go upstairs really quick. Yeah, let me go upstairs real quick. 1 second. gonna get the wee gerbil in the bed. Yeah. I think I'm gonna open the Clefable tin. I don't think I'm gonna open the Gengar tin right now. But I have to open the Clefable one. You like that, Lance Bones? Yeah. Ow. Yeah, Kanik, yeah. Just tell me what platform you're messaging me on. Gremlins! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, oh, really? I've been getting my hands on them like crazy. I'm to the point where they were on sale at the Target, the last 2 Target drops, Dragon. I was like, eh. I was like, eh, I already have so many. Oh, did you? Oh, you bought a random one and you got a Clefable tin. Gotcha. Gotcha. And then this is the promo that comes with this, which I think is very similar. So here is the card that we just pulled, and here's the promo. So very similar. Yeah, I thought you meant like you pulled another Clefable. All I'm saying, Dragon, is if you do pull another one, trade with me. Trade with me, please. You don't have to. But I will ban you if you don't. What if? Remember I have... Wait, who said that? Wait, who said that, Lansmone? So this is... Yes, okay. This is 2 Chaos Rising and 2 Perfect Order. We are on the hunt for the Clefable SIR, but for Chaos Rising, I will graciously accept the Xerneas full art is really pretty, and I also really want the Froakie. I really, really, really would like the Froakie SIR because that's the name of my car. Oh, yeah. I just put the other one in the sleeve, so now they're the same. Now they're twins. Oh, really? Oh, Leon Smells, I'm sorry. Hold on. I did miss that. Yep. I am Leon Sweat right now. It is so hot and humid. Okay. I do see your message. I'm so sorry. The sign from you, extra Clefable EX. Ow! Anything you want, Dragon. Hello. Whittlewy, anything you want. Name it. What am I doing? Okay. We're gonna open them in order. So Chaos Rising, Perfect Order. Let's get my heart broken. I love playing this game. I love playing the game of Pixel spends money on Pokemon cards and gets nothing that she wants. It's fine. It's fine. We're coping. I'm getting like little tiny bits of opening. Tauros. I would absolutely trade you to Tauros for the Clefable SI. Are you kidding me? Well, it'd probably be that and other things because that the money does not match for that. It would be the Tauros and other stuff. On Twitter, okay, bet. Thank you for letting me know. I never really got the appeal of stuff like this. Oh, really? Like it's like gambling. If I imagine if I didn't have this stuff when I was a kid, I probably wouldn't have the same love for it. But I think because I had I did it when I was a kid and I have that nostalgia, and I'm autistic and I love collecting shit. That probably helps too. Grass, fire, metal. How trouble not because of you, but because of my interview. Oh, is it? Yeah. No, Leon's Moans. I totally get you. Do you think you're gonna be able to get any sleep tonight? Because if anything, like, do you think you could take a nap now, so that you can be up all night, like, later? Because that's what I've done. Because yeah, I totally understand. I totally understand. At least you have a job now. Like, you don't, like, it's not like it's a, you need this job or you're gonna die kind of thing, but, like, it would be a really nice gig, right? Froakie, fudge you. Oh, really? Yeah, goddess. I was, very, very into Pokemon. Last time before this was collected was 10 years ago. Oh, really? Mine was in COVID. And then before that, not since I was a kid. COVID is really when I got back into it. Leon's stroking, of course. Yeah! No, it's so hard, Katic. If you're not, like, playing, like, super competitively, and if you, aren't getting super lucky, you're not getting anything. The only way I've been able to get cards is by staying up till 3 a.m. and doing the Target online drops. And then getting lucky, again. Because you're fighting the bots. Oh, yeah. I was, like, 3 years late to watching that movie. Not because, like, oh, Leon's Mountains, don't do that. You'll sleep right through it. Not because I didn't, like, want to watch the movie, but because I just didn't have a means to watch it. Really? I was into Bratz, because I was, like, I'm a lot older than you, I'm assuming. And I was very into Bratz. Barbie and Bratz were my big thing. Oh, I had Polly Pocket for a little bit. But Bratz was my big thing. I loved Bratz. I still kind of love Bratz though. Yeah, I don't know. I love their shoes. I love their big old feet. You had Bratz and Barbies as well. Yeah, I think I was like too old for Monster High at the time. I do love like the concept. Like I love that they're like monsters. I think that's so cute. But I think I was like, I just missed that era. Shinobi! Mwah. Think with a forehead kissy. Oh, 69 kisses. Let's go. What energy do we think is going to be in this pack, guys? What energy? Yeah, I think so for me too, Raven. Well, I mean, yeah, you're only a year older than me, so yeah. Fire! I'll be back shortly. Oh, cup! Water, grass. I don't even know anymore. I don't even have any inklings. Fisting. Fighting! Fighting! Fighting!
Help is on the
Whoa! Dear Ambi, thank you so much for the raid! Guys, we're opening up some Pokemon cards! Welcome in! What's up, dear Ambi? Yo, how was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders! Hello, lovelies! Yo, welcome in! How was your stream? What were you up to? What's up, Bizmelon? Oh, thank you so much for the follow! I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. What are you guys up to? We are opening up some Pokemon cards, and I'm desperately, so desperately trying to get the Mega Clefable SIR from Perfect Order. It's like the only Pokemon that I want. And then I'm also opening this Clefable tin right now, which has 2 packs of Chaos Order, 2 packs of Chaos Rising and 2 packs of Perfect Order. This is my second pack of Chaos Rising I'm about to open, and what I like to do is I like to have chat guess what energy card is going to be in the pack. So if you guys want to guess what energy card is going to be in here, we already got our guesses in. I guessed fighting. You're playing Night Rain? No, wait, I've never played that before. I hope you had the best time, but welcome in. We're going to do some more Pokemon packs, and then we're going to go play Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Oh, Dare Ambi. Could you believe it? They don't have the fairy cards in these modern packs. I know. In our Pride Month. It's water, electric, fire, fighting, psychic, grass, darkness, or metal. Oh, really? I'm so sorry for whoever recommended me. I'm joking. It's the self-debilitating humor for me. Psychic! Hell yeah. Yeah, so I didn't respond to that. That's why I didn't respond to that, because it was like, what? Hello. Sorry, I don't know if you guys can see my cat, but he's like really angry that I'm not petting him. Okay, am I petting you now? Are we happy now? Alright, what did I say? Fighting? Water! Goddess! Goddess was right. Let's go. Let's go. Also, if anybody needs to go raid and run, do not feel bad by doing so. Please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, babbies, go eco, pico, booga, stretch, go, drink. Please take care of yourselves. And truly, thank you guys so much for the raid. I really appreciate you guys. Welcome in. I could play a raid trailer for you guys after this pack, too. Look at the Ninetales! Oh! We've pulled this card, like, a couple times before, but it's just, oh, so pretty. Ah, Frogadier! So cute! Oh, whatever, Zero. Whatever. Oh man. Two L's. Two L's on Chaos Rising. What the fudgies? Which means we're gonna get 2 W's on Perfect Order, right? We're gonna get 2 W's, right? 2 dubs? 2 dubs? Is this the pack Mommy needs to open? Okay, well then we'll open that last then. What was the last one? The last one was Xerneas, which is the full art that I would like from this set, but no dice. I know! Chaos Rising is supposed to be like the good one. You're gonna say grass? What is self-care? Well, it's not 10 melatonins, I'll tell you that. Psychic? I'm gonna go with fighting again. I'm feeling fighting, but I'm also gonna say fire, but I'm gonna... No! Jasper, no! You are so lucky Mommy has the reflexes of a cheetah! Jasper, no, now you're making Mommy mad. He just knocked out all of everything that's on my desk right now. Yikes. Woo! And I have all the cards, like, organized. This is all the cards that we've opened this week. And all the cards are sorted by, are sorted out by, like, no. Be good. You be good? Alright. Alright. What do we say? Sort these. Hi, Rootsy! Everyone say hi, Rootsy. Rootsy, you home from work? What time is it? 8:42. 6:42? Oh, I almost paid like 100 pickup. There's a lot of cards on my desk. Metal. What did I say? Fighting? It's Saturday? Oh. So you are home from work. No, it is Saturday. It is Saturday. Oh, I do that too. If I get really drunk, I fall asleep right away and I wake up really early. I'm the same way. That is so funny, Lance Bone. Same person. Oh, grass! Oh, we finally got grass again! Okay, so we got grass 3 times in a row earlier. And we haven't had it since. So let's go, Destiny Ember. Let's go. I'm sorry, Ambi. Sorry. Let's go. All right. So, this is perfect order, by the way. It's a perfect order. So we're looking for the Clefable. Honedge. Spinnerack. Oh, you too, Dragon? Holy grass believers. Scutaroopy. Pokepad. Oh, so this is the same pack from earlier. Cool. Turtonator. This is the exact same pack we had earlier. Ooh, that's new. Gengar. Vivillon. Ah! We are 0 out of 3 on this Clefableton. That's why I said our 50% pull rate. Yeah, double grass. Double grass. There's no way. Really big W, Lex. I'm taking the energy. Oh, I'm taking the energy. Lightning. Really? Oh, okay. Last pack magic. We haven't had any hits in this entire Clefableton. Thanks, Chip. Ooh, yeah, Lansbones, do that, and then let me know if there's any Pokemon cards. All right, you gotta be my Poke plug. Fire. Oh, lightning! Someone pick lightning. 0. 0's right. That might make me get a membership. It's crazy. I'll just buy them and ship them to you. I'll pay you in so much, whatever you want. Money? I assume? Hippopotamus. Meowstick. Lumiosity. Barbonicle. Spinnerack. X-ray. You're in Florida? No way! Are you guys having the best time? If I get hired, yeah. When you get hired.
Hello.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. It's still a hit. It's still a hit. so bad if we didn't just pull this a couple packs ago. She's going in her sleeve, whatever. Oh, sorry, cat. Just taking time for myself. Oh, yeah, do your thing, Lyrical. You don't gotta be here, but I appreciate you. You guys never have to be here, but I appreciate you guys whenever you are. Lapras EX. So, if you're wondering what I got out of this whole tin, now I want to open the Gengar one. A lot of EXs today. Yeah, not a full art. Not a single full art. Rooster! Think of the forehead kissing. Oh, no way! Oh, Warren, that's so cute. That card is pretty. I'm looking for the Mega Clefable SIR. It's not the only card that I need. I actually need quite a few cards from this set, but it's the only card that I want. Oh, I did get the Tarragon, yeah. No Diggersby, no. It's fine. Should we open the Gengar one? Yay or nay? What does it look like? It's beautiful. I don't have it to show you, unfortunately. I'm fresh out. But it's a full art Clefable. Kind of looks like that, but like a focus? Like that, but on a card. It's so pretty. Oh, we're doing E33 today, War, so there's no, like, after game or anything. I'm stuck at work. That's disgusting. What in tarnation? Yeah, Starry Sky. Starry Sky is a good, yeah. I'm just craving dopamine, guys. I've had such a bad week this week. She needs dopamine. We're doing it. We're doing it. Why not when you need a quick break from the game? Wait, what do you mean, War? Bad week, open packs? Yeah, but it's making my week even worse. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm fine. I'm just being ungrateful. I'm just happy to have intermission. Oh, just chatting intermission? Or gaming intermission? Oh, yeah, Raven, but I feel like that's still, you know. 60% Brat. Here's the promo that comes with the Gengar. Here's your promo. 13% Vibe. I vote a reroll. I do love these tins. I love collecting these tins. So I like to shove them with my extras. What is this, just chatting stream? Hey, 90% Vibe. Oh, cool. 19% Bratty, 15% Bratty. Yeah, I know that's a lie. Now I know that's a lie. This chat never has anything below 25. All right, we're going to open them in order again. Chaos, Chaos, Perfect Order, Perfect Order. 55? See, that's better. If your Vibe, Brat, or PP doesn't work, it's just on a cooldown. So give it a couple seconds and try again. If it don't work. Alright, these are the last packs we're opening. Alright, what's the energy card in here? Water. Psychic. Metal. Fire. With blessings. Thank you. Thank you for the many blessings. Lightning. Oh! If you do exclamation point, Poke Start. All one word. You'll get your Pokemon. Water. Someone said fire. Sushi guy said fire. Fire! Nah, mobile sucks on Twitch. It does. It does. Alright, this is Chaos Rising. Zubat, who I'm looking, excuse me, for Froakie. Froakie would be nice. Or I'll take a Xerneas. Froakie! I mean in the full art. Froakie, Xerneas, I don't know. Who's the other one that I want? I don't know. Oh, Meowstick, so cute. AZ Tranquility. Oh, let's go! I I think we've already pulled this one before, but she's a full art. I'll take it. I'll actually take it. I love the Froakie full art. Oh! Double goo! We're double gooed up. Let's go! Hell yeah. Double goo. Wow, that's so pretty. You're going in the trade binder because I already have you. So pretty. Wow. Oh, so cute. Look at him, my little Sligoo. Yeah, well, where's all about the Pokemon community game right now? Double goo is always fun. Yo, what's up, Max? Max, how are you? Welcome in. That's so pretty. Almost as pretty as your Goyle friend. Max, how are you? Welcome in. How was your stream? Everyone say, hi, Max. Oh, shoot. I didn't do we didn't do the raid trailer for Ambi. Do you guys mind if we do a little raid trailer? Okay, I can't do that one. Well, I never really played this one. Let's do this one. Oh, Fortnite. Let's go.
Nerd. 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 Nerd.
I'm Czechoslovakian / Bohemian, whatever you want to call it. So liver and onions is actually like a regular dish for us, and it's actually pretty good. However, I don't like it right now in a bean form. There are other things I like in a bean form. Happy Pride! But not liver and onion. For sub for boobs! No, a sub for boobs, not my boobs. No. That was rude. Is it a good sound or a bad sound? I want to play Visage again so badly. Yeah, I don't play that one very often. I don't think people like that one. I like it. My brother's in there, though, so, ugh. I know, right? What's up, Irish Queen? Irish Queen, happy weekend. Liver and onions is pretty good. Makes me want... Yeah. Yeah, liver and onions is pretty good. It's an acquired taste, though, right? Yeah, I like the nut clip, too. You've never bought packs before? All I can say is good luck. All I can say is good luck and pay MSRP. Don't overpay. It's really not worth it. You'll just have to get lucky. You'll have to get lucky catching in-store restocks, or get lucky and really lucky waiting at 3 a.m. for the Target restocks, which is what I do for the online ones. But yeah, don't spend more than MSRP for it. Oh, I think we finished our thing. We finished our sponsor segment. Are we done? Are we free? Are there any gubbins on the stream? Can you guys see them? Hey! Oh, gubbins got go! Let's go! Not that, like, I'm, like, excited for this month's thing to be done, but just, like, now we can be naughty. Chloe, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Ooh, and a stretch. Ooh, I like that. Oh, I already did the card trick. My bad. Oh, well, it's dark. All right, everybody get a stretch in. I just read the live chat. Oh, whoever unpinned that message, thank you. She just said, let it all out. That's so funny. Good stretch. Guys, we can say whatever the fuck we want now. Oh, I can turn the lizard back on. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Jessels? 200 kisses, Chloe. Oh, fuck yeah. Jessels. Oh, can you see me raising my eyebrows? Probably not. There you go. You can see that. No! No, I couldn't afford it. Are you in Montreal right now? Are you? Let's see if we can get a back crack. Yo, I felt that in my butt. Did you guys feel that one? I'll turn it back on. Hold on. Oh. Oh. Holy, that felt good. Oh, man. All right, your lizard's back, you freaks. Maj just banned lizard? No. Ha!
Lizard. Lizard.
I could have gone if I had any gas, but I also have no money for gas. Yeah,
Lizard.
that's fair. I better get through. Yes, I will be going to TwitchCon.
$1? Water for $1? I'm about to get wet for less.
War, you're such a good little mod.
What is happening? Here, oh, might as well finish it off.
Ha! You're a bitch!
Yo, what's up, D-Pixel? Yo, what's up, Sparta Rules? What's up, Twin? Man, as soon as that sponsored thing is gone, you guys are like, eh. I actually don't think you can. I think only I and me and Nikos can do it. Yeah, I will be at TwitchCon for sure, Jazz. Oh, have a good night, Anby! Everyone say good night, Anby! Thank you so much for the raid, truly. I hope you have the best night ever. You're playing Night Rain, right? Maximus! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. The toddler scared me so bad. You're paid on Friday, just not laid. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't had a good lay in over a decade? What the fuck? Well, now I'm sad. I'm gonna move on. Oh!
War, you're such a good little mod.
I pray we all get a good lay. I like that. I like the way you think. What were we saying? Alright, if I missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. No one taught me how to read. I dropped out of college. Yikes! Alright, sorry, we're not gonna guess the energy because Pixel ruined it and she already showed the thing. So, but this is our last Chaos Order. Forge! Our last Chaos Rising pack. I said a good lay right now. Fuck you. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm so happy for you. My bad? Wait, my bad for what? What'd you do? What did you do? Metal. Yeah, it's metal, yeah. Oh, yeah, go shower, Stinky. Focus. 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 There she is. There we go. Yeah, we can allow that, mods. No, I don't think it's bad at all. I think a lot of people here could relate with you. Chaos Order, man. Yeah. Shut, I want that Clef Ninja chase card. Oh my god. Nikki! Nikki, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Braxton? Marip? Charlie? Charlie? Did you guys hear that? Okay, you did hear that. That sounded like Charlie knocked one of his bones off the couch onto the floor. Or one of my cats knocked over something on my desk. We're okay. It was a bone. Quick, grab a crucifix. I don't believe in ghosts. It was just a bone.
That's about the time she walked away from. Nobody likes you when you're 23 months.
Kodiak, thank you for the 23 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. You guys are so funny. So you guys heard the thud? That's so funny. Bye, Irish Queen! Irish Queen, enjoy your work. Oh, thunder. Well, it should start raining for me soon. Yeah, it was just Charlie knocking a bone off the couch. I'm surprised it was that loud, though. Oh, Tauros? Skrelp? Fanta? Whoa! Hey! I don't think I have this card! Something new! Let's go! So we are 2 out of 2 on this. And our last 10, we were 0 out of... Or 1 out of 4. Stretch? Okay, I just did it. I'll do it in a minute. Oh, really, War? Oh, that's so scary. Wait, so you just heard knocking? This is full art trainer day. This is our 3rd full art and our 2nd trainer full art. If you guys want to see... Oh, actually, I'll show you guys all of our hits later today. Mr. T? He does look like Mr. T. Felipe. It is new, though, so I'll take it. Alright, we have 2 perfect order packs. And that's it! Really? Oh, during D&D today, Raven, I had, like, some, like, Jehovah's Witnesses people, like, knock on my door. I was like, I'm not gonna answer that. I don't answer my door for anybody. But I'm definitely not gonna answer that. Because I get scared. I just watch them from the camera and hope they leave. While Charlie's, like, barking at the door because, you know, they ring the doorbell. What is the energy card? I'm guessing fire. I just heard a fly fart by my ear. Yeah. We'll never refer to this character as anything else. Yeah, housing has rules. Yeah, we have rules too, but people they think they're above the law. Metal, grass, psychic. What did I say? Fire. What is that? Psychic. Water, lightning. What did I say? Fire. Psychic. Yo, we had 2 dubs. 2 people. Hi to Tori. Damn, that's right. So this is perfect order. We're back in perfect order. Shinx, Tyrant, Seal, Dewblade, Naveen, Rose as encouragement, Judge, Jury, Executioner, Rowlet, Dewblade again. Alright, guys, guess the energy. It was psychic. It was double psychic again. Oh no, I pretend like no one's home. I pretend like no one's home when someone's at my door. I'm like, I'm too scared. Fire, Piston, Darkness, Water. I'm gonna guess fire again. No, I'm guessing psychic again. Because I'm hoping that psychic means that there's gonna be a Clefable. I give up. I give up. Colorless? Oh, metal? Weed! I've given up. I don't want to open Pokemon cards ever again. First world problems, am I right, guys? Lightning! Rootsy got it! Yay! Rootsy, is there gonna be a Mega Clefable SIR in this pack? Let me know now. I finally want something! You're so cute. Spupa. I pulled my 3rd Spupa full art the other day. Tyrant. Talonflame. Oh yeah, because I had a really bad day the other day. This is the day that I canceled stream. Wednesday. And I opened up a perfect order ETB. Yeah, I didn't get shit except another Spupa fucking full art. I'm so tired. I love the Spupa full art. It's so cute. But it's like my 3rd or 4th one. I'm just like, I'm tired of it. Like, give me the Mega Clefable SIR. Give me death, is all I'm saying. I think this is my 2nd one, too. But I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Hey, Fisted! I checked my ring camera, don't respond. Yeah, same. Same. I checked my camera, and I was like, nah, I'm good. Dewblade. So, did we just get... Oh, no, Dragon! Dragon! So, we got 3 out of 4 hits in the Gengar box. We got 1 out of 4 hits in the Clefable box, equaling to 50%. That's crazy. We got a 50% pull rate again today. What the heck? What is happening? Well, I guess if you add the Mastibiff box from earlier, we only got 1 out of 3. So I guess it's like just under 50%. But that's still pretty good for me. Because I feel like anything like 50% or more is really good for me. Because I feel like I'm usually sitting at like maybe like the 30 to 40% range. Alright, so out of all the packs that we opened today, here are our hits. I will call out the promos though, because not all of these are hits. Some of these were promos. So, Doublade was a hit. Felipe was a hit. Slagoo was a hit. Those are our 3 from the Gengar tin. And then this is the Gengar promo. And then Lapras EX was our hit from the Clefable tin. That's our Clefable promo. Yeah, this is the Clefable promo. And then this was from the Mega Zygarde box. We had the Mega Clefable. Here's the Mega Zygarde EX promo. So that was like for free. And then this was also from the Zygarde box. This is also from the Zygarde box. This was also from the Zygarde box. And then this was from our Mastibiff box. This is one of our 3 hits that we got from Destined Rivals. And this is our promo from the Mabostiff. Not Mastibiff. Mabostiff. Sorry. Add. Yes. That is why we have the Stream Elements thing that says that there's an ad. Oh, really? Wait, this song right now, Raven? Or, oh, the last song? What was the last song? I could see that. Was it one of the Treehouse of Horror episodes, Raven? For me, I think it's, God. I may be wrong. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. But didn't Inagata Davida play it in one of the, Tool Time? Like Tim the Tool Man Taylor? Like Tool Time? Like a Halloween episode? I feel like that's the song that played. But they, like, I think it was like they were scaring the kids or something. I think Bart was singing it. Oh, I can't remember that. Well, I can't remember. I haven't watched Simpsons in a long time, though. Well, I mean, we got some cool stuff, I guess. Still no Mega Clefable SIR. I can't deny. Why is there a big old thing of spit on this Phantom card? There's a big old thing of spit. Look at that. Did you guys like that? Phantom liked it. They got it for free. Until the day I die. Rebel souls. Dangos. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Deserters we've been called. Look at all you rappers. Yippee. So I'm about to strip. Chicken strip? Chicken strips and chicken strips. Oh no, it's bacon strips. Alright, well now I'm gonna go pee, and then I'm gonna go stretch, and then we'll play some Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Bad company, I can't deny. Alright, now Jasper can't knock over my cards, you stinky beach. Till the day I die. Lapis! Mwah! Think of the forehead kissy. I want to sing so bad right now. Do it! Sing like no one's listening. Dance like no one's watching. Do you really? Is that a quote for something? Like, is that like a Vine? That sounds like that has like Vine energy. Alright. I'm gonna go pee, and then we'll play some Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Yeah, man, I opened up so many Pokemon cards today. Damn! That's crazy. Okay, so he has He has Grim. I'm gonna assume Payres as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam. I forgot I had the flashbang! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, and Deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pallet here, no pallet here, on the right. No pallet here, on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this palette, but that's fine. Oh, you wanted that so bad, Birkin. Watch this. Fuck you. You ruined my funny. That's fine. Why is there no god palette? Oh, there it is. I found it.
I was trying to
Guys are so
find
dramatic
some
for no reason.
schmalky hollow drink, and I couldn't find anything that was in my refrigerator except for some beer.
Beer is good. Beer is good. And stuff. But it's my pixel beer. Yippee! So. Oh, it's from that's from Epic Mealtime? I never actually watched Epic Mealtime. I only just know the references from it. Fake fan! Alright, I think this is the stretch for Max earlier. Ugh. Good stretch. Oh, this is like literally like my favorite stretch ever. I love the touching toes. Yo, 125 stream streak. Hello. Oh, the hot cane man. Maybe we'll see. Yeah, 125 is insane, right? That's insane. I can open my beer while I do this. Ah, it came all over me. Yo, 169 times, and I'm pretty sure 167 of those are from you. Yo, Hex! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Nice. All right, let me open up Twitch. Oh, cheers. L'chaim. Salut. Curry! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. All right, let's open up Twitch so I can read chat while I'm playing Clair Obscur. Perfecto. Wow. I love beer. It's actually not bad. I haven't had beer in a while. I haven't had beer in a while. Alright, let's put the G Fuel thing back on because we can talk about G Fuel again. Yippee! Oh, that's actually really good. Was it Dangus or Dangles? Which one? Is that an I or an L? Is it Dangus or Dangles? Holy shit. I just cleaned my basement. Like, there's so much room for activities. You guys just can't see it. But I just cleaned my basement the other day. Because I was really sad and I got high and I wanted to clean everything. But, I have so much mess with all my Pokemon cards now. Alright, stream might freak out for a second. It's not you, it's me. It might freak out for a second. I'm sorry. It's me. I promise it's not you. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have had the beer, because, like, it does make me burp so much. That's fine. You guys are used to it. Oh, I'm not wearing a necklace today. What am I supposed to nervously grab? That's better. Oh, look! She opened on the wrong screen again. Oh, nope. Now she's back over here. Okay. Clair Obscur, you will never not piss me off. Clair Obscur will never not piss me off, chat. I cannot begin to tell you how much this game pisses me off. Because 1, I'm betting it has the wrong video settings. And 2, I'm sure it has the wrong quality settings. Because I have to change it every single time I open the game. Hi, New Second! Long time no see. Graphics. Like, how many times do I have to apply these settings? It drives me crazy. Like, people are like, you're not autistic. No, because stupid things like that piss me off. Let me know how the game audio is, if you guys can hear it. Let me know if it's too loud, not loud enough, or if it's perfect. Leave an alert because I don't want spoilers. Oh, yeah! Oh, my God, yeah, do your thing! Hold on. There's no music right now, unfortunately, because I just clicked off the game. But everyone go follow Music! I got some one-on-one. Ooh, do it! Enjoy your time, Big Perp and Lyrical. Oh, really? I'll have to do that, Big Perp. Thank you so much. Have the best weekend, guys. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. But can I get an audio check if I have any mods here? An audio check, por favor, lovelies. Just let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. Por favor. Gamers Date Night's the best. Ugh, whatever. So happy for you. I'm joking. I am happy for you. That's really cute. Hope you guys have enjoy your time. It's a little loud. Oh, thank you. See, that's why I keep you around. Thank you. What's up, Zach? If it ends up, because the music does tend to be loud, if it ends up being quiet when I start the game, let me know. Please, por favor. What? Why are we yelling? Alright. So, welcome back to Clair Obscur Expedition 33, Part 8. I do declare, I think this is Part 8. Oh, we just got Eskie. We just got Eskie. Don't worry about Twitter. What was wrong with Twitter? What happened on Twitter? Wait, what do you mean, Zach? Wait, what happened? I haven't opened Twitter yet. Or since I started stream. Oh, yeah! I totally forgot that I changed my outfits. And, hold on. There she is, yes! Oh, God's favorite princess indeed. Oh, alright. So we did recruit Eskie. And that was really, like, the last thing I remember. I might have reposted your tweet. Oh, my, my... Como se dice... Cutscene.
for a ride?
Audio good. Audio bad.
Apparently, that was where people went on dates, you know? What do you think happened in those cabins?
No, actually, my guess is this was Expedition 50. You see, they created this giant wheel and tried to cross the world.
Okay, Professor.
Mes amis, floor is close. I can feel it.
Come on, you can fly. Can't you get Fleur yourself?
Oh no, too much effort.
Oh, you can't hear it all? Okay, I can't click off. Sorry, if I click off the thing, it ruins all of audio. But I think that's okay.
Is
that better?
Powerful?
Apparently so, but also lazy.
All right, let's go.
What a weird creature.
Yeah. Okay. I barely changed the audio from the beginning, so I think just the opening music is just really fudging loud. So I think next time I'll just I'll ask, because it is really loud, the menu music, like disproportionately loud. It's like watching a Marvel movie and the music is so like fudging loud, and then they go to having dialogue and it's like, what did you say? So but anyways, cool, thank you for letting me know. The menu music is so fudging loud, like overstimulating, pisses me off, autistic rage loud. But Zach, thank you very much for reposting my business stuff. I appreciate that. That's really sweet of you. What's up, Heisenbirds? Heisenbirds, welcome in. Also, Moon Carts. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, this is from last stream, Max. I changed all my outfits. Do you like it? I just showed them off like 2 minutes ago. Alright, so that was SK. But the audio's better now, Raven. Raven, thank you so much for letting me know. I really, like, I can't tell you how grateful I am when someone responds to me about the audio. Like, I can't tell you how grateful I am. Because there was this one episode that I did of, there's one episode that I did of Clair Obscur Expedition 33, and the music was so fudging loud that, like, you could barely hear me talk. Okay, why did the aspect ratio change for a second? Okay. And I was like, no one told me! So now I'm, like, really, like, picky about it now. I'm getting one. Heisenbergs! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. The, W reference, Heisenbergs. And you know what? You get two. Mwah! Mwah! For the Lord of the Rings reference. You get two. Oh, I forgot I could sprint. Sorry. I forgot I could sprint. I was just enjoying the view. Shiza. That actually scared me. Oh, hello. Hello, lovely. But you have a whole half already. It comes in points. I'm getting one. That's so funny. Yes, you have 4. Reapply its current stance and gives 2/4 AP. Mezzo Forte, indeed. Rain of Fire deals medium single target fire damage 2 hits, applies 3 burn per hit, defensive stance, applies 2 more burn. Oh. Deals high single target physical damage hits if inferior to stance. Inferior to stance can break. I do like that. Alright, so we have guard down, applies defenses on enemies for 3 turns. Deals medium single target physical damage. Targets increase damage. Mark targets. Okay. Okay. I think I'm happy with that. I'm so excited to start back there. Oh, what are you gonna do, Heisenbergs? Tell me everything. What do you got planned? An advantage. All right. The music is getting like a little ominous. Crystal. All right, let's scope this out a little bit before we just go right into combat and just die immediately. Oh, okay. An advantage.
Interesting.
Okay. I will fight you. I just want to see what's around here first, alright? 50% increased break damage on counterattack. Oh, go! Hi! Ah! Perfecto. More beer. Okay. Okay. Do you have a weak point? Is it this, maybe? Nope. I'm gonna shoot you anyway, because I can. I'll just attack you. Yeah. Yikes! Alright, no one's on fire. Low fire damage applies. Yeah, let's do that. Ooh! No, we'll do this. I forgot about the quick time events. I'm starting off with Star Wars Older Puck. I'm doing all the class origin stories and I'm just making no comment. Oh, really? Heisenbergs, I cannot tell you how much I love no commentary, like, stuff. I have been watching LA Noire gameplay videos over and over and over and over and over, like 16 to 21 hour videos, just over and over and over, just playing in my house just because I like to have background noise while I'm just like doing nothing or anything really. And I love no commentary videos, so I love that. I love that. What, I'm not subbed? What, to my YouTube? I don't do any no commentary stuff on my YouTube. Unfortunately, I'm a yapper. But I have been wanting to do no commentary. And like I want to start a no commentary YouTube channel, but like not say who I am. Like I want to do like an anonymous one. Like I don't want to have it anything linked to me. Like I don't want to be like, "Oh, this is PixelxKitten." Like I want to just be like totally anonymous. I actually have an account that I made that I want to do of like a separate account that I want to do that will be tied to me, but not under the Pixel name. Oh, here on Twitch! No, you didn't. Heisen, yes you did. Why would you do that? What the fudge? Okay, well the alert hasn't gone off, but I see that. So anyways, I see your sub badge. Thank you for the tier 3 sub. So, if anyone tier 3 subs on my channel, I asked them a very important question. Dog or cat? Because what the fuck? That's crazy. Thank you so much. I can't tell you guys how much that helps me. So, thank you. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, dog or cat? Very important question for you. I bet if you, like, refresh the stream, the alert will pop up, but that's so weird that it hasn't popped up yet. L Twitch, am I right? Oh, both? You can only pick one. You gotta pick one. I put you on my wall, but I only have dog and cat, like little poster things. So you gotta pick one. But yeah, I'm the same way because I have 3 cats and 2 dogs, so I'm the same way. Would you say dog? Doggy. Let's do this one. We don't do this one very often. Oh, it's kind of got like a cat tail, but it is a dog. Amazon told me this is a dog. All right, Heisenbergs. Heisenbergs, all lowercase letters. And with a Z, right? I get overwhelmed so easily. My anxiety reaps inside of me, makes it hard to breathe. Maybe I'm somebody else. I get overwhelmed. Ooh, am I gonna do this all in one strip? Do it all in one strip, Pixel. Do it all in one. Ooh, it's gonna be so satisfactory if I can do that.
All in one, baby. Yes, baby. Yes! Oh, nice. Tronic, mwah. Thank you for the forehead, QC. Ooh, I got something for you. Okay. I gave your dog cat liner. I'm really laying on thick on this cat dog thing. Ooh, but the eyes are so pretty though. Ooh, she's doing art. Yo, Tronic, thank you for the 20 stream streak. That's a lot of streams. What the heck? Thank you so much. 20 streams. That's so cool. Thank you so much, Tronic. I really appreciate that. Yeah, she's looking more like a cat, but you know what? It's a dual gate, and you're gonna have to squint really hard with your eyeballs. What if I give you like bushy eyebrows? Will that work? Kinda. What if I do this? Oh, that's more doggy. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And you're gonna be holding... How do I do this? How do I draw this? Okay. Oh, she's trying to be an artist. She's trying so hard. Okay, this is actually something kind of cute. Oh, that's true, Adri! Adri, you are the smartest person that's in the whole room right now. Okay, yeah. So it's the shape of a dog, but it looks like a cat. There you go. Oh, that's so funny. See, this is why I keep you around. It does really look like a cat. I wasn't trying to. I swear, Amazon said that this was a dog. Alright, Heisenbergs. And because of your excellent reference, you are holding a pint. Heisenbergs, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. What the fudge? It's very cute, though. Cat dog! And she's holding a pint. Perfect. And speaking of points, I like to... I approve. I like to unofficially take shots whenever people do nice things to me. Unofficially, though, Twitch. So, if you have a preference, if not, no worries. I have Fruit Loops Vodka, Kraken Rum, Pink Whitney, Malort, Tequila Reposado, Tequila Blanco, and Apple Pie Moonshine. So, if you have a preferity, let me know. I'll take a shot right now! Pretend like I said the right words. Just wanna be with you. See, this is why my gameplay hours for Clair Obscur is so high. Because I just sit here and just yap with you guys. See? Just chatting with gaming commercials. But let me know if you have a preferity of shots. If not, I can surprise you and just do a different one. Oh, you're joking, Heisenbergs. So I have a joke where, so first of all, I do hate Pink Whitney. I think Pink Whitney is disgusting. Oh, I did put glitter in her. Oh, I totally forgot that I put glitter in my 1.75. So she's shiny, but I hate Pink Whitney. I think Pink Whitney is so fudging gross. I have this joke where not every person who drinks Pink Whitney is a dude bro college guy, but every dude bro college guy drinks Pink Whitney. So, do with that whatever you will. This is a double shot glass, by the way, so I fill it up halfway. Oh, she made a mess. Again! I've been making really messy shots lately. See? See, Heisen? See, I knew it. Dude, bro, college guy. That sounds really alcoholic. Oh, that sound. Cheers. Salud. Cat hair. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, me with UV blue. I drink so much UV blue and clot. Pause. I drank so much UV blue in college, I don't think I could drink that again. Cool. Whew. Also, enjoy your 110 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Thank you so much for the tier 3 shubi. Why'd you lick the top? Oh, because when I shake it, it gets like, here. When I shake it, it gets like wet on the top, and I don't want that to fall on my face. So I lick the extra like liquid. I'm not the only one who does it, by the way. But not a lot of people notice. I have a legitimate reason, I swear. That's really funny. Is he on fire? No, he's not on fire. I need to make him on fire. Who goes next? Okay, you'll put him on fire. Okay, so I will do... this. Yeah, alright. 2-hit combo shit. Oh! I dodged. And I countered! No way! Whoa! Low fire damage. Okay, I want to set him on fire. Perfect. Alright, because now he's good. Okay. Shield his allies. No! Don't shield! Ah, poops. Poops and goops. Damn. Okay, that's fine. I mean, yeah. I'd say in the Discord is probably a better place to do it if you're in the Discord. I'd say it's probably a better place. Because normally I don't mind. But, like, if I open up one door, then I gotta open up 1,000 doors, you know what I mean? Yeah, if you're in the Discord. Why is there so much cat hair? Thank you for asking, though. I appreciate that. Applies defenseless to all enemies. What does defenseless do? Does that take away all of his shields? I don't think so. Oh, man. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try it. Let's see what happens. No, it doesn't. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We're gonna do this. Take rid of a shield. That's fine. 3-hit combo. Shite. Too fast. Ooh, God. Ah! Okay. So, do. Okay. That's fine. Ooh, yes! Give me. Yes, 4 AP if target is burning! Magically! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead, Kizzy. Happy weekend! I don't think I can do anything. I cannot. So we are just going to attack. Perfect. You can do nothing that I want you to do. So you're going to do this. Perfect. I'll do that combo. Okay. Too slow. I knew it too. You're gonna do shield again, aren't you? You're gonna do shield again. I hate you so much. That's fine. That's fine. Yes. Yes, we're gonna do this. Lightning strike. Have a good night, Dragon. Dragon, enjoy the rest of your weekend. I hope you have the best night. Thank you so much for hanging out, too. I really appreciate you. You are burning, so I am going to do this. And I can't do this yet. Yes, I can! You're gonna get fucked!
For those who come after.
He said the thing! Okay. Slow, fast, fast. Slow, fast, fast. For the record, I thought I nailed it, but that's fine. That's fine. For the record, I thought I nailed it.
Look out.
Nope, that that was okay. The second one was definitely on me. The first one, I felt like I did okay. All right, we're gonna use an item. And we're gonna revive our homie. 65% health, God, yes! Welcome back, homie. He said the thing! He said the thing! Yeah, I think that was the call, right? You are defense. Let us... Shell. Shell could be good because I'm pretty bad at this guy. I'm just bad in general. So I think... Yeah. Yeah.
Get ready.
Slow, fast, fast. Oh, too early. Perfect, perfect. No! Okay, that's fine. I parried one of them, and she didn't die, so I'll take it. And we're gonna marking shot you. No, we are not. We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do this. Get rid of his shield, and now you are going to... Are you on fire? You're not on fire. So you are gonna be set on fire. Okay.
Get ready.
Oh, okay. Ooh, let's go, Maya. Let's go, lovely. All right, cool. Yes. We're gonna do this. Yeah. Cool. Shields allies. How much AP do you have? You have no AP? We are gonna use an item then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get ready.
Oh, okay. Slow, fast, fast. Ah! I'm so bad at this video game!
Ready to parry.
I'm ready to parry. Oh, that's my girl! That's my girl. I'm in offensive stance, okay.
Finesse and precision.
Listen, Lune only died twice, guys. Chill, chill, chill. That wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad. Help! 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 Oh. Help! She didn't stay dead. Ooh! Hello. I love reading.
The 78. Max Arts. Stealing the airships. But we knew we had to try, and it worked. We deserve strong leaders, not those old fools on the council hiding under the dome. Under their control, our people are condemned to a slow, inevitable extinction. Their timid half-steps achieve nothing. The answers are not in Lumiere. They are out here. Our only choice is to take matters into our own hands. Fortune favors the bold. We must forge ahead with conviction.
Oh, are you done? Ah, look at you! You're so cute! Cool. Okay. Fortune favors the bold. Oh, okay. I don't want to progress right now. I want to revive Lune. Well, I know Lune's here, but I want to, like, heal her. Where did I come from? Where's my... Where's my flag? Oh, is it all the way back here? It is. Like, I know that guy's gonna respawn, but I want that to happen. Ah, Moon Quartz! Moon Quartz, I love you, moist. Oh, Moon Quartz! On Pokemon Center, there's this T-shirt that's in beta right now, where you can pick like your favorite Pokemon and get it like on a T-shirt. And there's like a bunch of different T-shirt colors, and Bulbasaur is part of the beta, by the way. So I thought of you. He is back. I don't want to fight him though. I know! I totally forgot about the healing tints! Or the elixirs. Mama J, see, this is why I keep you around. Thank you so much. I did forget about that. Oh, can't I like crawl through that? Do a little duck walk action? Can I shoot that? That looks shootable. Climb that. I guess I'll climb that. Yeah, that is, yeah. For a multitude of different reasons. I always be thinking, not thinking, but I always be thinking about you. Oh, girly pop, okay. Alright. Can I Skyrim this? Maybe. Oh, is that one? Where are you? Mystic! Mwah! Think of the forehead kissy. Both the duties. Happy Pride. It's so pretty. It's almost as pretty as you, Moon Courts. Who said that? Alright, this looks like... Oh, there we go. There you go. Oh. Please tell me that's it. Ah, poops. Oh. Is there one right there? No, okay. Let's go back through here. Oh, whatever, moon cards. I asked my phone, Siri, why am I so bad with him? And she goes, well, for starters, I'm Alexa. That's so funny! What's up, Leaf? Leaf, happy weekend. I hope you're doing so good. Wait, that was it? Oh, what's this? Oh!
This will be useful.
Wait, why am I Mystic? I don't want to talk about it. I'm just gonna blame the shot of Pink Winnie on that, alright? Ooh. Alright, so that was the only thing that was over here, right? That's so funny. I literally thought there was more. You're okay? Hey, okay is better than terrible, right? Now, why is there a reason to come up here? If I can't Skyrim this. Okay, well. Oh, it's so sad. So sad. Too bad. So sad. I hope I don't have to fight this guy again. Please let me just like walk right past you. Do you mind? Mr. Giant Man? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Giant Man. Yeah, I see you, I see you. I'm just looking first.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, lovely. Anyone got anything fun planned this weekend? Oh, those look scary. We'll be watching the DBD 10-year anniversary stream tomorrow. Oh, hello. So, okay, they're flying. So, does that mean I have to shoot them with my pistols? Nope. Are you fine?
Let us stay there.
Now, okay, what are these? Oh, I do have to hit that. Okay. Oh, she missed. All right, well, let's pretend that didn't happen. Oh. Yeah, did not notice you were shielded. My bad. So anyways, let's shoot you. Perfect. Yippee! Oh, wrong button. Yes. Oh, she missed. But you're on fire, so that's what matters. And then we're gonna do this to get rid of your shields. Yas, King. Okay, you can't have your bridge. Oh, okay. I did jump! You piece of you can't have you summon your thing and then fire it 2 seconds later, okay? That's not fair. Good night, Curry! Just work for me to speak it? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, moon quartz. Of course. You know you can. Drum lessons! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright, well that was an awful start to this match. We're gonna have to restart this battle, I'm sure. Who's fighting Mayel? Or Lune? Luna? Lune? You are burning. Get some AP. Perfect. So she's got a lot of AP. You are not doing very well. I'll take that. Okay. Oh, parry it? Girl, you can't throw out your thing! This battle is hard. Alright, he throws it out and then... Okay. Girl, I'm trying. It's not fair! You send out your thing and then it comes out 10 years later. Send a reserve team? No, I'm just doing the battle again. Well, I just got done with... Oh, you just got done with it! With your first 12 hours, and if my math is correct, I'm currently verifying it, we're at $689. And what are you raising money for? Shadowheart Cost Sanctuary? I'm trying. Oh my god, God's Favorite Princess really needs to, like, you know, get better. I'm joking. Oh, the Treasure Project! Happy Pride! We surpassed my goal, and I still have 12 hours to go tomorrow. Cheese and rice! Guys, if you guys want to support an incredible homie, an incredible streamer, and someone who is raising money for the Trevor Project, please, 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 please go follow Moon Quartz and go support his stream, their stream, and their charity campaign. I'm so proud of you. 12 hours today and 12 hours tomorrow. Please tell me you're getting lots of good R&R because you deserve it. You need it so bad. I'm so proud of you. You're doing the thing! I'm gonna parry one of these guys' things, and it's gonna be like the best thing ever. Ha! Oh, heck yes. Good for you. Oof, good for you. Oh, he's flying. Okay, so I have to shoot him. Okay, got it. Well, let's do guard up because I'm really bad at dodging these people. And let's do this because let's get rid of all of his shield. Almost all the shield. Okay.
I'm ready.
Got it. See, too early again. It's so tricky with this one. That one's really tricky. Oh, shit. Okay, I was slow on the jump, but I got it. We're getting better. We're getting better. We're getting better. Now you need to go on fire. That would make me very happy if you were set on fire. Thank you. On God. And then... I don't think I should do that. Low fire damage. You're at 2. What items do I have? Healing. Give 3 AP to the target ally.
For those who come
I know she's got the shield, but I think it still does decent damage, right? Okay. It does nothing. Cool. Okay. Well, I didn't know that. Oh, okay. Okay, you attacked 4 times! 4 times! That's a new attack! I didn't know that one! About to jump. What do I do? Oh, that was too fast. Okay. Close that. Okay, so this is 4. Oh! One more, right? Oh. Was that 3 or 4? No one taught me how to count. you're annoying. You are very annoying. Oh, I forgot I forgot that's a move. I'm sorry. I forgot. Ooh, I forgot that was a move. Sorry. Okay, hold on. I'm so used to yapping. This game really punishes yappers. All right, we're gonna do this battle again. Unjustified is 666, and it's taking all of me to that screenshot and make a joke out of it. But it'd be so funny to make a demon Pride Month. Not Mooncourts, respectfully. I feel like you should do. Oh, am I like still injured? Well, that's fine. Okay, we'll just heal. All right, that's fine. Oh, hello. Oh, I didn't like that at all. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think that'd be so funny if you did a demon month. But with the 666. I think it'd be very funny. Alright, I'm not gonna lie. I want to start this over again. Hold on. I'm trying to like... Oh, here we go. Is it quit? Oh, no. I don't want to do that. Sorry. Is there a way to like... Oh, here we go. That's what I've been trying to do. My bad. Oh my god, use the graphic, then use the Pride Month and just have it fade to demon. Yes, that! And then be like, 666 raise for the Trevor Project. I think that would be super funny. Sorry. I wanted to restart the battle, but I wanted to do it, like, with my first strike. Because I'm a bitch. Wait! Oh no! Damn it! I did it again. Sorry. Hold on. Oh. There we go. Exactly. I'm glad you guys knew exactly what I was talking about. Sorry, I'm trying to... The buttons are buttoning. So no, don't restart. Do I like back up? How does this work? Do I need to back up, or where do I spawn? Do I spawn at the flag? What's up, dragon? Oh, where am I?
We can use them.
Oh, okay, I'm over here. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. All right, let's try this again. This battle sucks. Hello, bitch. Sorry. At least I know how to restart a battle now. Alright. We got this. Now, do I want to... Yeah, I've heard that, Spades. I haven't played Persona though. I know. I am gonna oh, wrong button. Sorry. I'm gonna try this. Okay, it doesn't affect him. Okay. Unfortunately, that's what I thought, but I had to test it. Perfect. Now you... Oh, alright. Well, I guess we'll just keep on doing that. And then we're gonna do that. Perfect. And you are gonna do that. Okay. Alright. First try! First try! Oh, shh. And this is why we restart. This is why we restart our battles. Let's go! What? That was insane. Hi, Charles! Did you see what Mommy did? Mommy just had the best parries of her whole life. And I probably just woke him up. Sorry, Charlie. That'll be very exciting for me. Yes, we're obviously gonna do that because we want that for AP. For AP, baby. That's mine. All right, you have 8 AP. You are burning. We are gonna be doing this. I know it's risky business, but we are gonna do it. And you don't have a shield. So I won't fuck up this time.
Come on.
Too early. Yep, way too early. Sorry, love. Sorry, Lune. Wow. Let's go lesbians! See, I can't believe we did that on our first try, too. The goat. Fudge, yeah. Alright. Lune, you're not doing great. Let's heal you. What is this? Oh, more listening.
56. In my youth, I mistook drama for passion. Simone helped me understand the difference. Opened my eyes to an entirely different way to experience the world. How can she be gone? How could they so callously, so nonchalantly destroy such a beautiful soul? Vile, vile, vile! They just killed her, like she was a worthless nephron. Those cold-blooded, treacherous, despicable parasites. But Night Trap worked. We caught one of those white-haired bastards. She looks human, but I know she's a monster. She refuses to speak, but I'll make her talk, and then I will feed her to a nephron. Then the Pinterest can take me. I don't care. Nothing matters. I will have justice.
It's very interesting. And they were roommates. That's very funny. Very interesting. Very interesting. Alright, I cannot wait to fight you again, because I had a lot of fun the first time. Oh, there's two of you fudgers. Oh, but you're not shielded. Oh, that's better. Oh, I like that a lot. Yeah, obviously, you set them both on fire, right? Obviously. Right? I'm too nervous. I'm too nervous. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Too early. Perfect. Jump. Perfect. Okay. All right, that wasn't so bad. That wasn't bad. Jordan! Thank you for the forehead, kissy. That wasn't bad. I'm happy with that. You are an offensive focus damage. You're in 10. Oh, and you can do it. Okay, yeah, let's do it.
For those who come after.
I love Gustav. Gustav is so great. So he dies next round. Yeah, he's dead. Cool, perfect. About to jump. Okay. Nice! It was perfect! Let's go! What's up, Cody? Cody, get your Pokemon. What'd you get? A Chimchar! Cute! Very cute. We love Chimchar. Alright, you have 6. Let's do this, because I want to play a second turn the next time. Is he on fire? He is on fire. Beautiful. useless. We're just going to attack you. Perfect. And you. We are going to mark. Yes, we are absolutely going to mark. Yes, this is perfect. This is good. This is good. This is good.
Danger.
Too early. Oh, I still got it. Alright, we're good. I think I should be able to do this. Consumes 2, play a second turn. We should be good, because you are burning. 4 AP. And I get to go again. Perfect. Yes, that worked out beautifully. Immolation, no meaning. She's learning how to play the game. Increased damage. Yeah. She's learning how to play new name. Beautiful. And you're on fire, so we are going to do this. Perfecto. Bop jump. Okay, we can do this. Too early. Way too early. Oh, Gustav. I'm so sorry, love. I'm so sorry, lovely.
Let me flow.
Increase damage. Ice 3 burn.
Feel the burn.
Feel the burn. Perfect. Okay. Okay, we're pretty good at this one. Jump. Perfect. Okay, cool. I'm doing pretty okay. All right, now we're gonna do this. This should kill him. Yeah. Let's go! I'm slowly learning how to play this game. Episode 8, by the way. Episode 8. Episode 8. Okay, I just came from there. So, that looks like the right way. So let's go this way first. Oh, I have to activate that. Okay, let's go this way. Another one for the French. Croissant. Oh, is this where I came from? Oh, why pay attention? Good. Oh, it is where I came from. I just did a circle. Oh, cool. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to find out how to activate you. Maybe this way. A gazebo.
Nice.
Nice. Cool. I can't spell. Spelling, is a suggestion. Not a requirement. Ooh, I forgot we can... What's the word? Grapple? Oh, not another one. What's our health looking like? Yikes! Oh, now, what if I just did this? I know. Was it necessary? No. Did I need to do it? No. But I did it anyway? You sure? Alright, we have 2 floating goobers. That sucks. That's fine. They're pretty generous with the hit markers for these, which I'm very grateful for. Ooh, she missed. Okay. Okay. Oop. Now, why do you have a shield? What did you do? Oh, I'm so bad at this one. Oh, we did it. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. We got one of them. We're getting better. Okay. Ooh, this might be 3 or 4. It was 4, and I messed up 3 of them. Damn. Okay, that's what I'm good at. That's what I'm good at. Okay. Okay. Let's heal you. Wait, don't I have a thing where I can heal myself? Heals right now. No, let's just use our item. Yes. I think that was the play. Okay, are you all shielded? You're not shielded. Interesting. But you all are. Let's defense.
Shields out.
Because I'm really not good with the floating boys. We'll just do this again. I really need to set someone on fire, I think. Yeah. Okay.
Ready to evade.
Got it.
Get ready.
Didn't get it. Ah! Oh! Okay, I got that one! We got 2 out of 3! Alright, respectfully, I definitely think I got 3 of those. Respectfully, I really think I got 3 of those. Nice. I really think I got 3 of those. I don't know, I think it's just, oh!
I'm ready.
Okay, yeah, I definitely fucked up all 3 of those. Oh, okay, got it. So wanna hear something funny? Those are the exact same timings that I did for Mael, but I'll go fuck myself. Alright, what did you say? It's just like one of the attacks that that's like unique to this person. I don't have any stains. Fudge. What do you got? And nothing will hurt these guys, is right? Oh my god, I still have 3. Is anyone still burning? No. Damn. Oh, this won't hurt them though. No, it won't. Got rid of that one guy's shield. That's fine. I think I'm gonna wake up Mael. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm not sure, Destiny. I'm sorry. All right, I gotta learn this move. Okay. All right, we're getting better. Oh, yeah, okay. More practice. Okay, we're getting better at that. I'll take it. All right, they're no longer shielded. You need health. You have 9 AP? All right, well then I'm just gonna heal you, right? Cool. All right, I'm just gonna use all of your stuff and just like. Perfect. Well, that is all I wanted from you. And let's do that to you so I can apply burn. Alright, now I feel better. See, this is why I need you, Mael. Oh, I did it too early again! That one gets me every time. Alright, let's do this. Get rid of your shields-ish. So I would really like to overcharge you. Really would like to overcharge you. If you're burning, burn. 4 IP if target is burning. Sure. Yeah.
A storm is coming.
Oh, I had. Oh, perfect. I didn't know I had 2 stains. Okay, cool. Increase damage. If I have. Okay. Well, then we'll do this again. Yeah, I like that. Cool. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I was too early on that one. That's right. This is good. This is good. I think we got it. I think we got it. I think we're good. Blood ritual. Blood magic.
For those who come after.
You could be stunned, that'd be great. You're broken, even better. Oh. So I don't even need to do this, but I'm going to anyway. Cool. First try. That was rough. The timing on the projectiles one was rough, but we made it eventually.
We can use that.
We can use that. I see. I see. Is there anything else over here? No. Oh, you are not looking good, Maya. Alright. Dual barrel roll! Oh, it's that guy. Okay. What are you?
Nice.
Nice. Hello. It's you. I know you. What do you mean you know us? I've seen you countless times, yet I've never grasped your essence. You are not from here. From here? This place was made to bring joy, not pain. Yet pain is everywhere. Like the creature of darkness at the end of this path. It is but one of her many creations. Beautiful in its own way, but deadly, her favorite combination. You mean the paintress? Why is she doing this? I don't know. I wish I knew. It is not like her. She was my best friend, but she outgrew us. She had more important things, more important friends. She left me behind. The boy has gone silent. Oh, that's sad as hell. Oh, yeah, Mael. Yeah, she's not looking great. She has, oh, but Eski's doing great. Eski's such a cutie. Eskie is so cute. But don't worry, we could rest now. We could be at peace finally. Ooh, what was that? What was that? Oops. Yeah. You do keep dying. Let's get your defense up a little bit. My bad, army. 1. Alright. I'm happy with that. Okay, what are you? Conkeldurr looking ass. So anyways, do you guys remember Toy Story, that like one like leg? That leg little thing from Toy Story? I don't know, it's been so long since I watched Toy Story. It kind of looks like that. Hi, Blythe! Okay, so it's not just me. Yeah, it's fishing, right? Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, that's exactly what it looks like to me. That's so funny. I'm glad you guys see the picture. Ooh, yes, please apply burning to all. Yes, please. Yes, please. Balance. I was thinking Conkeldurr meets Toy Story. I think it's risky for me to do the Virtuos stance when I don't know how these people's attacks work, so we're gonna do guard up. Because I don't know how. This is my first time fighting this enemy, and I'm not sure their timing yet, so. Okay. 2 attacks. Okay. Alright, 2 attacks. You know what? I disagree because I was a little bit faster on him. Okay, whatever, it's fine. Let us do nothing. Let us heal you. let us do
Their
this.
defenses are down.
Good girl. Let us do this. Jumps? What does that mean? Ah! Spinster check! Ah! Oh, she's done. Okay, well, you know, not bad, because this is my first time fighting them. Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. Let's just attack it. Get her 1 AP. Yes, for those who come after. For those who come after. This should kill him, right? Oh, really, Blythe? let us made me go. Let us be glad from Wicked. Let us be glad. Oh my god, that took me a second. You got Blythe though. That was so funny. Yeah, you took me a second.
Well, that will help.
One healing tent. God bless America. This is all that was over here? Good. Well, I'm gonna rest immediately. Do you guys mind? Because, yeah, I mean YOLO, right? It's right here. Yippee! Oh, Blythe, you like my hair? She's so cute. My little paintbrush.
A shrine to the paintress.
The paintress destroyed our world, and someone built her a shrine.
The weak-minded turn to whatever they can to explain the unknown.
When you're at the mercy of a power you don't understand, you might try anything.
Fuck you, paintbrush. Fine. Can I jump up here? You love it? I looked up above my monitor and there was some freaky ass bug. Ooh, no! No, Blythe! No! Not on Gale! Oh no! Save him! Okay, no, it's so funny. Now I have that stuck in my head in court, so thanks a lot for that. And I don't even know the words. I just have the... Ah! That was scary. Why are you charging like that? Gustav, run! Oh my god. Robert Pattinson, run! Just one of you? Like I'm even scared.
Feel the burn. Let's spill some ink.
Oh, you just gave me shiver me timbers on that. I feel confident-ish. Ish. I think I could get this lad. Okay. Oh, maybe not. Ah, fudge! Damn it! I forgot it was a 3. I forgot it was a 3 for a reefer. Oh, I love that move. It's so cool. Oh, stunned. Night, night. Why only one? I wonder. Oh, that one's only 2. You shiver me timbers. You like that? 6 AP. Okay. Yeah. Why not? YOLO. Night, night. Oh, I didn't see him. You were so skinny! I didn't see you! So you think I'm skinny? Alright, we're okay in health-ish. Ooh, wrong button. the shield. I just noticed that. Alright. Let's see what you bitches got. There's her shield. No one say anything about how I dodge IRL, by the way. I don't want to hear anything about it. It helps, I trust.
Chrome is flowing.
I meant to do a fist and this, and it came out like this. Just saying. Love that for me. Best game ever. Thank you for noticing. About time someone did. I'm joking. I'm joking. Beer time, because I have a moment. I'm like adrenaline rushing with all these like battles I'm in right now. All right, you're shielded by one. You're shielded by one. Actually, I'm just gonna do this. Do you mind if I just do that? Do you mind? Oh, really? Yeah, but it invaded your space flight, so as far as I'm concerned, it could go be harmless in its afterlife. I'm very pro kill bugs if they're in your house. It's always beer cock, you get it. Yeah, and you have something really nice to look forward to, so I'm sure the time is just like growing. It did, and apparently is very bad for trees. Oh, good! Yeah, so, yeah, fuck that bug. We love trees. W trees. How much health do you guys have? Yeah, okay, we'll do this then. Yes. Yes. I'm happy with that. Let's spill some ink.
Finesse and precision.
For those who come on.
He's at the thing! I love this. I love this game so much. Sweetie! Sweetie, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I think it's my first time dodging that, by the way. And I think my first time countering that. Yes! Twice in a row. Sweetie! Sweetie, I hope you're doing so good. I did not have sexual relations with that tree. I had it with that one! Wow, that's like 2 months ago. That's crazy. Hi! I love you. We are gonna do not that apparently. 2 hits. 2 hits. 4. Yikes. Oh, that'll be fine. This is fine. So we're gonna do this. You're almost dead. So we're gonna do this to you. Because I'm sure the burning will kill him, I think. Because now you can do this. Yeah, cool. I think he'll burn. Or I could just do this. 1, 2, 3. Cool, okay. Yeah, that's at least 90 years in content creation world, right? Cool! Yeah, I like fighting those skinny bastards more than the floating guys. Although I'm starting to get the hang of the floating guys a little bit. Ooh, Esky, do you mind taking care of him? Ooh, more lore.
Lucille of the 50th. Our beautiful wheel. Wedged upon the rocks. A casualty of the massive serpent of the sea.
Miko?
But even shattered, its presence is still comforting. Adrian and Gabriel are doing their best to sustain morale, but with no food, no clean water, no way to fix the wheel, our fate is quite clear. Well, to me at least. But I have no desire to hold back the hopes of others. Perhaps. Perhaps we will find a way back. Still, these moments of quiet sitting on the beach are also a source of contentment. All our lives we've been running, trying to outrace time, trying to reach an unreachable goal. And now we can finally rest. At least we got to see some of the wonders of this world. Even the serpent, cruel as it is a deadly elegance that is mesmerizing. But oh, what other marvels might we have seen had we been able to keep rolling? I sometimes wonder what it would have been like to grow up outside the dome. Perhaps even live amongst the Nevrons. Could we have achieved a form of peace? Or even prospered alongside them?
Interesting. Don't know if you guys heard that thunder. Also, hi Spartan! Spartan, I hope you're doing very well. Happy weekend! Cody, were you asking me about Marvel Rebels? Why, when we could just play Overwatch and have fun instead? Oh, I haven't played Marvel Rebels in a while. Do you by chance recognize that voice? Oh, this one? Not really. I do like the voice. I don't think, I don't hear it and go like, that's this person. Yeah, shut up! I was gonna guess Shahira, though! That's so funny! I should have said that. I was gonna guess Shahira. I didn't even know she was in this game. Is anyone else from BG3 in here? Because obviously Shadowheart. I was literally gonna guess Shahira. Damn. Damn, no one will believe me. Oh, can I go to this? No way! I didn't think I could.
An advantage.
An advantage. Oh, moss?
Well,
moss?
that will help.
That will help. Panic! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. The Dragonborn Trader. The Dragonborn Trader at the Blacksmith in Act 3. I don't know if I remember who that is. I don't know if I remember. Ex-Vicyap? Is that the Dragonborn? Oh! Wait, in the place where Ronan works? No, you said blacksmith. No, I don't remember. Fuck! I don't remember. She's in Rivington. Oh! Oh! Oh, like right at the beginning of Act 3. Okay. Let's see. Do I remember? The blacksmith. No, I don't remember. She's an arms dealer. Nah, I bet if I... Okay, sorry. The thunder is like very distracting. If I stream ends, it's because my power went out. Man, I don't remember. No. I'll have to play Baldur's Gate 3. Good. Y'all need a joke to brighten the mood. I just went to pick up my food that was dropped off in a homeless man. Most likely on something. Autistic Panda, what the fudge? Like, no disrespect, but like, no disrespect, but like, because I'm just shocked because that's like an insane. Your first knee-jerk reaction is to come into a stream and say that? That's your knee-jerk reaction to have that instead of calling the cops? Like, no disrespect. Like, I'm literally like, I'm just gagged because that's insane. But your knee-jerk reaction is to come into a stream and say that and not go to the cops? What? Are you okay? Did you call the cops? File a police report? I'll have to get my food. But did you file a police report? That's the question I'm getting here. Bravo, do you agree with what I said, or was that too much? I should have called you out by now. Sorry. Did you see? Did you know elephants see human? I did, and apparently we're like cuteness aggression. I still don't know if you called the cops or not. Okay. Thank you. Oh, it's this guy again. That's fine. I'll learn how to fight. I have to learn how to fight him eventually. How much PP do I have? 1. Oh, might as well just... And then, yeah, might as well. What else to do?
Finesse and grace.
I kind of want to just take him out. Do you guys mind? You guys don't mind that, right? I don't mind. Oh, man, alright. Well, I guess we'll just... Yeah. Thank you, because I was actually about to do that, so I'm glad you did that. What are you typing? Typing in my mod chat. There's a fly flying around my face right now, and I swear to God, when I catch the sight, how is that one audio go, Mooncourts? When I catch you something, when I catch you, what does it go? You guys like that though? You like that? You like the ASMR? When I catch you, Ricky, when I catch you, thank you. A Pix typing emote would be so funny. Thank you. When I catch you, Ricky. Guys, tell the mods how much you love them. They're so funny. I don't deserve them. Oh, did I just see that there's another Conkeldurr? Oh, there's two! Oh, I didn't know there's two! Oh, good shit on, I guess. Yes! Tell the mods how hot they are. No way. Oh, I'm so hot. I thought it was just the one in the floaty guy. The guy was in the shadow realm. I didn't even notice him. All right. Oh, you're shielded. Okay, that's fine. Let's do. This. Yeah. It's only 2 AP. And then. Ooh, that thunder is crazy. What's up, Nerdlin? Yo, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Oh, hello, lag. No, internet, please. Nerdlin, how was your stream? What were you up to? Everyone say hello to the raiders. We are currently playing Boulder. Pause. We are currently playing Clair, Obscur, Expedition 33. Oh no! Aw, Nerdlane, I'm so sorry. Was it me? Did I have the raids turned off? Was it me? Dragon! Let's go. Oh. Look at Boo! No way! No way! That's awesome! Oh, I haven't done collabs in a month, like, a couple months. If you were trying to raid me and I had raids turned off, I have not been doing very well mentally recently. And so a lot of my streams, I have my raids turned off because I feel like I'm not going to be able to give, like, good energy to people who are coming into raid. And, you know, not you, Nerdling. This is not about you. But there's, like, you guys ever see people on Twitter, like, bitching and complaining about how I raided this streamer and they weren't appreciative of my raid, and so I'm going to cancel them. And it's like, I don't want to be part of that just because I'm having, like, a bad day and I can't, like, like, I can't do that. I don't want to get canceled on stream or on Twitter because, God forbid, like, let someone have, like a human moment, you know? So I just turned off raids recently. It's been bad lately. Yikes! Oh my God, he's dead! Oh, good morning! Good morning, Buffett! Oh, good morning! Good morning! Yeah, I'm so sorry. But I appreciate you, Nerdling. Thank you so much for the raid. You were so sweet. I hope you had the best time with your Backrooms game. I need to see that movie, by the way. And Dragon, thank you very much for the treat. You're so sweet. No, it's fine. It's like, I'm not saying, like, anyone I know, but, like, God forbid it's someone who, like, is new to the community and they raid me and I'm just like, and, like, so, like, say, for example, like, it's part of the anxiety/tism that I have. Like, I'm always thinking about worst case scenarios in everything that I do. And so, let me go through my worst case scenarios. Like, so say Moon Quartz. I'm just going to use you because you wouldn't mind if I use you, for example. Moon Quartz tells their friend, hey, I know this streamer, and, like, you're hyping me up because you're so sweet and you would do that. Because, like, and you're like, I think you should raid her because she's playing the same game that you are and she's a great creator, like, whatever. And, like, I'm not saying that I am. I'm just saying, like, what if someone said that? And then that person who's never met me before brings their community over, and then they raid me, and I'm like, I'm just been having some bad days recently, and I was like, oh my God, thank you for the raid. Like, I would still be appreciative and, like, whatever, like that, but I wouldn't give that same, like, bleh energy that I usually do. And so when I know I can't deliver the energy, that's when I'll turn off raids. I know you would, you little. But that's when I turn off raids. So I've been turning off raids a lot recently. Yikes! So I'm so sorry if anyone has been trying to raid me. Nerdling, you're so sweet. I appreciate you. Don't worry. You probably still have #1 for this year. Don't worry. Really? Oh, has it been Nerdling? I haven't seen it recently, but to be fair, I haven't really done a lot of scrolling recently because of my poor mental health. And if I can give anyone any advice, is when you're not doing well, the worst thing you can do is scroll on Twitter. Know that from experience. So, yeah, but that's why I'm actually really glad that you mentioned that, Nerdling, because I've been wanting to mention that. Like, I've been having raids turned off for a while. Not today though. Today they've been on. Usually it's good for you. Hell yeah, good for you. Oh man, there are so many fudging socials because there's the OWN app that just came out. I think I made my account on that. Never opened it besides just to claim my username. There's that. There's Blue Sky. There's Twitter. There's, oh my god, Instagram, Facebook, all the meta ones. YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Threads. That's meta as well. And I'm sure there's a couple other ones. So let's just run up to 10. So there's at least like 10 Kick. Okay, yeah, there's like 10. There's at least 10 popular social medias that we're expected to post. Maybe not every day, but regularly. And then on top of that, we also, it's like discouraged to use like third-party apps that let you multi-post on these because usually they like suppress your posts if you do use a third-party app to multi-post, because ideally I would like to post something and have it like a short form and post on Instagram Reels, Facebook Reels, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, and wherever else, right? And I would love to just like post one and have it go, right? Oh my god, Spades, they've emailed me twice telling me that, oh, we want to fast track you to the partner program. I was like, no. Oh, by the way, since that first email, they've emailed me twice. And I haven't had the heart to respond to them saying, please don't message me. But they're still trying. I haven't gotten it in a couple weeks, but yeah, they're still trying again. I was like, no. I don't even think I made an account. Ooh, I think I did make an account when it first came out. I think I do have an account on Kick when it first came out. I do think I did. Because I think I made, like, a profile. Just because every time a new social media comes out, I like to, like, claim my name, you know? Get Cloud Cool and interact with it, and it could build your own multi-post so far. I don't know what that means. But, generally, most apps, will suppress any content that you post from a third-party app. Like, unless you post from... So, generally speaking, I'm not saying, like, this is all be all. I'm not saying, like, what I'm saying is law. But generally, apps and platforms will suppress your stuff if it's not posted directly off their platform, which is so annoying. Yeah, same Nerdling, yeah. Yeah. Oh, MedCheck! Thank you, Raven. You're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. What was I going with that? Oh, but it's just a lot. It's just so... How are we expected to post on all of these socials? Not every day, but, like... at least twice a week. I'd say minimum twice a week. Ugh. I'm just gonna smile and nod. Oh, you know what? I think they probably unfollowed me. I assumed that they just unfollowed me after I made my comment because I didn't give them sympathy or something. Yeah. Which is fine because now we don't have to deal with their weirdness anymore. So the person that came in here was like, that bum, like, stole their food or whatever. This person has a history of, like, saying really, like, weird out-of-pocket comments. And I guess because I didn't, like, get on my hands and knees and go like, oh my god, are you okay? They unfollowed me for that, so. Like, I know you guys were nice to them, and it's, like, it's nice that you guys are being nice to them. But, like, the reason why I called them out was because they have a history of saying the most out-of-pocket, attention-seeking things. And so that's why, I love to do a subtle call-out. I love to do a subtle call-out, but it was so funny. I'm sorry. I have been having some very taxing, trying weeks recently, right? And I just don't want to put up with anyone's bullshit. And if you're gonna unfollow me because I didn't suck your dick with your out-of-pocket comment, I couldn't care less. Hey, we're not gonna do that. Hey, we're not gonna do what? Exactly, Moon Quartz. And if you look up their chat history, which is what the mods were doing, like every first comment they say is like, my car blew up today on the highway, or my goldfish ate my pet snake. Like, it's always something so fudging out of pocket. And I literally told the mods, I can't stand people that are like attention seeking like that. It's like the people that go in, oh, did you hear that Ash Ketchum died today? You know, it's like, I hate people that like have to go like, oh, look at me, I need my 15 seconds of attention because I'm gonna bring this horrible event that happened. Like, I hate people that bring up celebrity deaths. Not gonna lie, you bring up a celebrity death in someone's stream, I instantly don't like you. I don't care if it's my stream or not, I instantly think you're a shit person. Yikes! But that's why I started ignoring that, Spades. But was that them? I knew it, Raven! Did you hear Froggy got canceled for deciding someone who's racist? Who's Froggy? Yeah, Blight, it's so annoying. It's like, enjoy your 15 seconds. Oh! What's up, Stellar? Welcome in, traders! Sorry, I'm having like a... What's the word? I'm bitching. Oh, man. That's so funny. There is only one person that would be okay with having their death brought up. Like, if I'm streaming, it happens. Oh, wait, what? Swallow! Thank you for the 4, I can't see. Enjoy your 67! Yeah, Stellar Bear, oh my god. I think I'm just, like, I've hit, like, my, like, patience level for annoyance for the month. And it's only June 13th. Yikes! So... But I'm having a delightful conversation, chat. I'm really enjoying the chat that I'm having. It's just, usually this is stuff that I'll either just keep in the mod chat or I'll just keep bottled up in myself. And because my constitution's a little bit lower this month because of my personal reasons, I'm just bitching about it openly. Chancellor, but Stellar. Mwah, thank you for the Friday, Kenzie! How was your stream? You're so sweet. Thank you, guys. Thank you for letting me, I guess, like, have a human moment? I don't know. Is that the right thing to say? Like, I'm having a human moment? And Moon, I feel like, I actually think I clipped it. I think I clipped it because I knew I kind of wanted to use it for content. You know what? I think I did clip it specifically because I wanted to use that for content. It's like, not like to call them out, but use it as a teaching moment. And because I'll go back and I'll look through that chat history. I'll probably blur out their username. Cause I'm not about like World War III things. Like, I'm not trying to like cancel people, but Swole Nerds, did I give you a kissy? Swole and Stellar, I'm not sure if I did kissy, so mwah, mwah, just in case I didn't get your kisses, I don't remember. But just like to do like a little video of clip of me saying that, and just being like, and then show their chat history, and just like, why? So speaking of why, holy tits! That's what I'm saying. Stellar, are you excited for tomorrow? We are gonna be live tomorrow for a watch party with the anniversary stream. Are you gonna watch the anniversary stream, Stellar? Heisenburns, what the fudge? Thank you for the 10 gifted subs to As Zareth, Exostas, Disuse, King Rajax, Cool Bro, Caretaker, It's Rafa Marino, Tater Tot, Zombie Grizzly, and Stan Freck. Okay, what if that person got gifted a sub? Wouldn't that be so funny? Thank you so much for 10 gifted subs. I have a very important question for you, Heisen. Dog or cat? We did do a dog for you last time, but we could do a cat if you want. Or we could do another dog. It was a TikTok that got canceled. Someone brought up the Amazing Digital Circus scandal, and the TikToker made a comment about it without knowing anything. They were rage baited into it. Oh, really? I wouldn't know anything about that either, because I think I know what the Amazing Digital Circus is because I saw a video of them being in Fortnite. But besides that, that's all I know about that. Cat! Alright. Sounds good. Oh, I like this kitty kid. Oh my god, I'm being so rude. Stellar Bear and Nerdling, if you guys are still here, please make sure that you guys go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretches, bathroom breaks, namis, and babbies. Go eat, go pee, go food, go stretch, go drink. I can play my actual Raid trailer now because we're not doing the sponsor segment and I won't get in trouble.
Oh, look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere!
Why is the music like this? I can't stop looking at my cleavage, I'm sorry. It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands. By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug. Who wants a lick? Thanks for the braids, guys. Mooncourse, what the fuck? If you want to get beaten up so badly, just say something. I'm joking. That is very sweet of you. When are you going to bed? Because you got a big old 12-hour stream tomorrow, Pookie. I'm just feeling sappy. Yeah, you must be tired. I'm joking. Seriously, thank you so much. That is sweet of you. Aw, I know what I'm gonna do for you. You do for your kitty kid. No, okay. I'm the exact same way. Especially after long streams. Oh my god. Okay, Heisenbergs, I'm actually really creeped out that you said that. I'm really creeped out that you said that. Because, I just slipped my little pussy back into Dean/Supernatural TikTok. Like, literally, just today. I'm scrolling TikTok because I'm dead inside. It makes me feel something. And all I'm getting is, like, Dean, Sam, Gabriel, Castiel, Dean. And, like, I'm not, like, so much a Dean girly, but you see a Dean TikTok, you like the Dean TikTok. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's so funny that you put that there. Okay, but hug, marry, kiss. I'm gonna marry... I'm usually such a Castiel girly, but after all the Dean TikToks I've like, sucked in today, I'm gonna say I'm gonna marry Dean. I'm gonna kiss Castiel. And I'll hug Sam. Nothing against Sam, but he's just kind of like a bitch. Oh! Yes is so funny. I'm not a fan of Sam's actor. Oh, really? What's his name? I'm blanking right now. I'm blanking. Oh, Stellar! I'll get you that in a second. Peeps, poops. It's about midnight! Ugh. So I'm dipping for the evening. Have a great... Good night, Pookie! Everyone say good night, Bravo Penguin. Have the best night ever. Oh, Jared Padalecki! That's it. You know who I'm a huge fan of? His wife. I'm sorry, that was disrespectful. She's so fine, though.
I'm sorry, that was really disrespectful. I'm so sorry. Yikes. All right, let me get you an invite. Lovely. Add invite link. One use. Generate new link. Copy. I burped. Sorry. Discord invite. Stellar Bear. Whisper. Got it. Control V. Enter. Refund channel points. Ugh. She's fun. I saw a TikTok earlier, Destiny, of like someone showing off like what Sam, like Jared Padalecki, looked like in the early seasons, and then what he looked like in season 4, which is when Genevieve was in that season. I was like, yeah, he, like the comments are like, yeah, he was trying to impress Genevieve, which I think is so, he was trying to impress his future wife. Oh, it was so funny. All right, I'm still making this pussycat, by the way. Sorry, it takes me like 10 years to do these things. Oh, you're so cute. Oh, I wish you were real. Oh. Okay. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Oh my god. Oh yes, kid. Yes, sir. Oh, we did. No way. Thank you guys very much for my weekly sub goal. You guys are so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome. Thank you guys so much. That helps me out so much. I'm the brainiac who went to school and taller and younger. He's Dean, the older. No way! Do you guys call each other bitch and what do they call each other? Bitch. What's the other one? Ah, jerk. Yeah. Do you guys do that? Yeah. Cool. That's awesome. Mine and my brother's thing is, who here has seen the TV show Scrubs? So mine and my brother's thing is me. So there's this one episode where there's a patient that JD is helping, and the guy's name also is like J something D something, so he calls him JD, and he goes, well, you're older than me, so I'm gonna call you JD number 1, and I'll be JD number 2. And so during the entire episode, they just go, hey number 1, hey number 2, and so my brother and I do that, and then we also do the Todd high five. But my brother does it really hard because he's a jerk. What do I want to do? What do I want you to hold? Oh, okay. This is going to be so cute. I'm not making fun of you. I'm just making a silly kitty. I just think this cat is super cute. He's so cute! I love him. I really want this cat IRL. Driver picks the music, shotgun shuts his cake hole. Alright. I swear to God, I'm not making fun of you. I swear to God. I need you to know this. I just think he's a silly goofy goober and he's holding this book upside down. And I just like, I'm sorry, but he's so cute. Do you play? No, I don't, but it is on my playlist, Kay. I did use a Supernatural for a lot of my inspiration for my playlist, by the way. You approve? Good, because he's so cute. He makes me so happy.
I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. You don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you. Yeah?
Yeah! Benny, thank you so much for the 30. Yes! Yes! Right then! We got one of them, Benny. Don't worry. Benny, thank you for the 39 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Thank you so much for the Christmas music. Heisenbergs, I have one very important question for you. Fruit Loops vodka, Kraken rum, Pink Whitney, Malort, Tequila Reposado, Tequila Blanco, or Apple Pie Moonshine? Have you really? Okay, does it trip you out? Does it, like, send you to a spiral? Your choice? I'm gonna do some vodka. Ooh. Ooh, she's almost at the bottom. I've had this for a long time. She's finally almost at the label, too. Ah! And I didn't spill everywhere this time. Alright. Thank you so much for the subs. What the fudge? Cheers. Salud. Hey! Happy Pride! That's okay. We'll get her next time, Penny. Yeah. You match my energy like, really? Even while I'm a beat a bitch today? Oh my god, guys. I saw on Instagram that someone made a t-shirt or a sweater that says, I'm not a bitch. I'm just autistic. And I really want to steal that and make my own merch of that. Like, not like the design, like, verbatim, but like, just the words. Never had a strong deja vu feeling from it, but I'm waiting for the day it does. Oh, I hope, I hope it happens, but like, respectfully, I hope it happens, because I think that'd be really cool. Hi, Boo! At least Boo's not falling off the bed this time. Thanks for letting me, like, have a human moment and bitch. By the way, I really appreciate you guys. What if I want to be both? I forget what we're talking about. Oh, a bitch and autistic? Yeah, I'm both, for sure. Acoustic? Yeah. I've had a lot of people go on my videos, not for a while though, but I've had a lot of people say, are you acoustic? And like, I'm too autistic to know if they're making fun of me or not, you know? So I just ignore them. Because I can't tell if they're making fun of me. Yeah, right, Kay? It smells really gay in here. Hi, Monkey! I thought I smelled pride. Oh, Mooncourts, if you're still here, did you do that, the graphic that you said that you didn't want to do, but I think you should do with the demon? I tried not being a bitch. Yeah, it's hard, right? The world deserves the truth. What's up, birds? Puns, happy weekend! Happy Montreal FOMO party! Yippee! I'm so excited for tomorrow. I will be streaming tomorrow too. All right, you. Where did we last leave our heroes? You're on fire. I'm just gonna shoot you. Do you mind? Oh, you're here too. Oh shoot. Okay, that's fine. Well, what stance? I'm in no stance. Then we are gonna do this. Yeah, I'm happy with that. You overcharge. You are good.
For those who come off.
You should die. Yeah, cool. Perfect. Spins. Oh, let's go. She did it. Yo, I'm so good at this video game. I only have one stain. I think that was pretty good. I think I'm okay with that. Yeah. For those who come after. When falling below 50% health. Oh, that would be helpful for me, because I'm always be falling below 50% health. Yeah! Those emotes are so cute. Man, you guys gotta let me start Skyrim climbing these. It's so annoying that I can't Skyrim climb these. Hateful. Do I hear an enemy? What's my health like? It's fine. Whoa. So pretty. God, this game is pretty. Jesus. Hello, Pitos.
Nice.
Right, puns! I'm tired of this game not letting me Skyrim over things. Ooh! Another one. What time is it? 11? Should we call it here? I feel like this is a good call it time. How long have we been streaming for? 4 hours? Honestly, I feel fine, but I think... Good night, Boogas! Oh, also... Oh, you were so sweet. Well, you're gonna take this like a good little... then. And, one more hour? No, I can't do it. Only... the reason why I want to end now is because I am going to be streaming tomorrow. Good boy still works for me? I bet it does, you good boy. I can't do it seriously. I'm sorry. Not with you. I can't do it. You gotta be kicking my hair and twirling my feet. Everyone go follow Mooncourts. Mooncourts is gonna be streaming for 12 hours tomorrow, raising money for the Trevor Project. They've already raised over $666. Oh, is it, Mama J? I figure flags are a good place to, you know, pause. Wait, did I save? Okay. Yeah. But that was it. That was part 8. Part 8 of our Clair Obscur Expedition 33 playthrough. First time playthrough. And these episodes are uploaded on my YouTube, by the way. I think I still need to upload episode 7. It is uploaded and, like, edited and everything. I just need to put it live on my channel. But this will be uploaded shortly. But, yeah, so this is episode 8 of Clair Obscur Expedition 33. First playthrough. Yeah. What was it saying? Yeah, we're gonna be live again tomorrow for the Dead by Daylight anniversary stream watch party. And so I don't want to push myself too much because we're gonna be live again tomorrow and we're gonna be live per the usual on Monday as well. So yikes, I know, disgusting. We gotta keep seeing Pixel around. Disgusting.
Hello.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you. And I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Shut up. Rootsy's live right now. Stinky coochie lady. No way. Hi, Nika. Nika, welcome in. Guys, Rootsy's live right now, so you guys gotta go tell her how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. What a sensation. What a sensation. Oh man, I have someone who... Oh, someone's doing their first playthrough of Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Well then, I was gonna say, I know somebody... I have somebody on my friends, or my watching, who is playing Clair Obscur, but I don't want to raid them because I've never, like, seen the playthrough. But if they're doing their first playthrough, day 1, I think it's safe to rate them because there's not going to be any spoilers for me. And no spoilers for them. Oh my god, don't apologize, Nico. Welcome in. We're going to be live again tomorrow for the Dead by Daylight anniversary stream watch party shenanigans. I'm very excited. But I will be live again tomorrow. We'll be live again Monday, Wednesday, Friday, etc. But yeah, yo, she just started. Cool. Okay, so we're gonna read Coco Confession. Coco Confession, I have known of for a long time, but she used to be one of our guild leaders for the Women's Guild last year. And she's awesome. She does a lot of really great charity work, especially for lupus. And she's just a really dope variety streamer. She does a lot of speed runs. She's really cool. I think you guys will love her if you guys don't know her already. Oh, you're so sweet, Nika. Whatever. When is that? Tomorrow night. I think 7 p.m. Central Standard Time or 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. One of those. But around my usual stream time. But we're going to raid Coco. And you guys can use whatever raid emotes or raid command you guys have. But we're going to send the love over to her. No way, Destiny! Oh, you'll love Coco. Coco is so sweet and so awesome, and she's very, very loud and proud about raising money for lupus, Game On for Lupus. I think she just did a big old Game On for Lupus charity event last month or earlier this month. Yeah, she does every year. She raises a bunch of money for lupus. It's great. She's awesome. You guys will love her. As always, feel free to follow me socials. Tell my mods how talented and handsome they are. And I seriously, I can't tell you guys how grateful I am for not only you guys just hanging out for subs, bits, whatever. You guys are so sweet. But like, thank you for letting me. I don't know. I always feel guilty for like showing like negative emotions on stream, but thank you for letting me like be human on stream. I really can't tell you how grateful I am for that. So, until tomorrow. For the 10-year DVD anniversary stream, we're gonna have some fun. We're just gonna be watching the stream and doing a lot of reaction content. So we'll see how that goes. But no, have the best ever. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.